Just hold it. Give me this. I know. Is she sitting there? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall now be commencing the seminar shortly, requesting all to be seated. Please ensure your phones are in silent mode. Requesting Floor Chennai Chairperson, Dr. C.A. Divya Abhishek, and MMA Group Captain, Mr. Vijay Kumar, to escort our esteemed Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice D. Bharatha Charkravathy, and Honorable Mr. Former Justice K. Kannan, respectively, to the dais. Inviting K.P. Chidambaram, Trustee Jagrathi Foundation, to escort our distinguished moderator, Ms. Pushya Sitaraman, co-founder FCDR, to the dais. Requesting everybody to rise for the Tamil Nadu song. AV team, please play the Tamil Nadu song.
நீராடும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராடும் மதனமென நிகழ்வத கண்டமிதில் கணனும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரமை திறமையந்து செய்ய மறந்து பார்த்ததுமே பார்த்ததுமே பார்த்ததுமே.
Dignitaries on the dais, please proceed to light the lamp. Justice, Honorable Mr. Justice D. Bharatha Charkravarty, Honorable Mr. Justice K. Kannan, former Justice Madras High Court,
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Divya Abhishek, Chairperson, Floor Chennai, lighting the lamp. Group Captain Vijay Kumar of MMA, K.P. Chidambaram, Trustee of Jagrathi Foundation. Thank you. Dignitaries, please be seated. I now request Sandhya, Secretary of Floor Chennai, to introduce Divya Abhishek, Chairperson of Chennai Chapter. Floor Chennai Chapter.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with delight that I introduce the FICCI Floor Chennai Chairperson, Dr. CMA CS Divya Abhishek, a trailblazing leader, distinguished accountant, and sincere advocate for women's empowerment. Divya's academic and professional accomplishments are numerous and impressive. She is the youngest elected chairperson of ICAI in South India in its entire 60-year history. Her academic excellence is evident in her impressive credentials. All India rank holder in Chartered Accountancy and Company Secretary examinations, 4th rank in the Advanced Diploma in International Taxation, and a distinguished academic record as a CMA, CA, CS, LLB, Diploma in IFRS, ADIT from the UK, and a degree in management. Divya's leadership extends to her roles as President of the Women Empowerment Forum of India, member of the GST Committee for Tamil Nadu and Puducherry, and nominee of the Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission for syllabus formation. She also serves on the boards of several colleges, universities, and trusts. As the youngest woman independent director on the board of listed companies in India, Divya has broken barriers. Her outstanding contributions to accounting earned her the Best Women Accounting Professional in Asia Award from the South Asian Federation of Accountants. We are privileged to have Divya at the helm of FICCI Flow in Chennai, where she continues to raise the bar and inspire us all. Under her leadership, Flow has doubled its strength this year and conducted a record number of programs in Flow. Despite her demanding professional commitments, Divya balances her responsibilities with care and dedication, inspiring us all with her energy and passion. And hence, we rightly call her our Superwoman Chairperson. I now invite Dr. Divya Abhishek to deliver the welcome address.
A very good morning to one and all present here. Respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Justice D. Bharatha Charkravathy, Honorable former Justice K. Kannan, Co-founder Charkravathy Foundation Shobna Reddy Chidambaram, MMA Group Captain Vijay Kumar, Co-founder of FCDR Pushya Seetharaman, dignitaries of the dais, my senior Vice Chairperson Niyati Mehta, past President Surekha Kothari, Chidambaram from Manor Group, past chairs, vertical heads, Sadia from IWA, Nasira and Supriya from IWC, MMA members, professionals, and my dear friends. It is my honor and privilege as the chairperson of Flow Chennai to welcome all of you on this seminar on mediation to resolve conflicts. I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our esteemed chief guest for today, Honorable Justice D. Bharatha Charkravathy, High Court of Madras, someone who leads by example. I am confident that Sir will play a key role not only in shaping the state, but in the country as a whole, given his diverse set of experience, erudite knowledge, with an innate sense to help people. Thank you very much, sir, for making time. It is truly an honor to have you preside over this gathering. I extend a warm welcome to former Justice K. Kannan, sir, the former Judge, High Court of Madras, Punjab and Haryana. In fact, whatever positions he has occupied, he added a steel, integrity and faith to the chair, someone who led with an iron fist in a velvet glove. Thank you, sir, for being here with us today. I also wanted to extend a warm welcome and express my heartfelt gratitude to our past chairperson, Shobna Reddy, who made this event possible today. If you can just stand up. Thank you very much. In fact, I must say, today was possible because she planned for 3 months for this up till 3 a.m. this morning. That's the kind of dedication and care that has gone into envisioning this very unique event for our members. Thank you very much, Shobna, for doing this. I'd also like to acknowledge our knowledge partner, FCDR Pushya ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for all your effort, and Vijay Kumar sir. And last but not the least, Group Captain Vijay Kumar sir of MMA. Whenever we call him, his answer is always yes to Flow. Thank you very much, sir, for giving us this wonderful auditorium and for helping us with this and for making this event of this magnitude possible, to Chidambaram from Manor Group for being our generous sponsor. Thank you very much for doing this. Now, coming to the topic for today, it is a truly beautiful and an interesting topic which we felt is relevant because conflict can be addressed in countless ways. But to have an amiable solution, the real essence lies in preserving that bond. In fact, when we talk about that, it reminds me of a scenario. In heaven, God gathered all the husband and wives for a meeting. And he told the men, form two queues. One queue where you are controlled by your wife, and the other queue where your wife controls you. So everyone lines up. So the first queue is full. And the second queue where you control your wife, only one man is standing. So God goes to him and says, oh, very good. You control your wife, is it? He says, are you crazy? My wife told me to stand here. So we don't want that kind of a solution. So we thought we'll come up with very knowledge and informative panels for us to understand about mediation and how best we can address conflicts. So we explore this and understand the delicate balance between the two. I thought I'll take a moment to talk about FICCI Flow Chennai. We're the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce Ladies Organization. We're an exclusive women wing of FICCI and the largest women body in Southeast Asia. In fact, FICCI was formed more than 100 years ago under the ideals of Mahatma Gandhi. And today, FLOW is a pan-India organization with 20 chapters and 14,000 members. And FLOW Chennai is recognized as one of the pioneering arms of FICCI across India. We have been a pivotal force in nurturing entrepreneurial spirit, advocating for women's rights, and empowering women in leadership roles. I am very humbled to say that in the 31 years of FLOW Chennai, we have impacted over 350,000 women, and we continue to do so with full vigor and energy with our large membership of 950 members. We have had several milestones this year, but I thought I'll take this opportunity to highlight a few of it. First and foremost, I am thrilled to announce a landmark partnership with SIPCOT Tamil Nadu, where FLOW Chennai is the exclusive partner to build 17 creche in industrial parks, fostering greater workforce by women in participation. This initiative is expected to benefit 323,000 women employees. The second initiative was 80 members of FLOW Chennai have been onboarded as mentors for the TN Rise initiative to empower women entrepreneurs in rural areas and 80 self-help groups in their entrepreneurial journey. We have also released a MSME guide, which was released by Roshni Nadar Malhotra, for the benefit of entrepreneurs who are just starting up. In fact, these guides are available at the registration desk. Should you wish to own a copy, it is an excellent textbook version that every entrepreneur must have. I also want to announce that we have our Women Achievers Awards, our marquee event that is happening on March 14th. The applications for this award is open. We'll have ministers from the center coming in as a chief guest. So do encourage whoever you think is a deserving women entrepreneurs who need a launch pad, who needs that recognition. We encourage you to apply for the same. So we regularly host several programs with thought leaders in the industry and learn the best practices. And this is one such program. I must acknowledge today's event would not be possible without many people who work tirelessly behind the scene, including our sponsor Chidambaram from Manor Group, legal vertical heads Chitra Gopinath and Naina Shah, Joint Secretary Sandhya Rajan, Niyati, strong team of volunteers, Flow Admin Gayatri. Thank you very much for all your support. I also acknowledge the presence of Raji Raju, a past chairperson from the EC. Benjamin Franklin said, when you're good to others, you're best to yourself. So with these ideals in mind, we work tirelessly to give the best to our members and also contribute to the women at the grassroots level. With these brief words, I welcome all of you today. Thank you very much and look forward to the enlightening sessions. Thank you.
Request Sandhya Rajan to introduce Group Captain Vijay Kumar of MMA.
Group Captain Vijay Kumar, retired VSM, has been the Executive Director of the Madras Management Association since April 2007. A decorated Indian Air Force officer, he received the Visish Seva Medal from the President of India for distinguished service and multiple commendations during his service. Under his dynamic leadership, MMA was declared AIMA's Best Management Association in India Award 14 times in a row, including for the year 2022-23. He is also active in various educational and community organizations. He is a passionate golfer, part of the Indian team, participating in international tournaments.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dignity on the stage, dear members from FLOW, MMA. It's indeed a privilege to host this event jointly with FLOW, because when FLOW approaches, because they do a very professional job, And all the more I joined this time, I very rarely come across a passionate person who really want to do something to the perfection is Shobhana Reddy. I think I met her for the first time, and the amount of time she visited MMA and collaborated with us, and I know I can't say no to them. Another reason is Pushya Sitaraman. Pushya Sitaraman is again a well-wisher of MMA. And you all know MMA has been there for the last 65 years, and we are number one. Let me also warmly welcome all the viewers watching this program live, and we have tremendous amount of online viewers. We straight away took this topic when they said we want to collaborate, because we have done quite a number of events of similar nature. Even last month we did with the justice who came and spoke on similar lines, and we strongly believe today businesses, 85% of the businesses come from the family businesses. The job, what they create, the wealth, what they create. In fact, almost 70% of GDP comes from the family businesses, and by 2047 it's going to be becoming 85%. So why should we not neglect that area in family businesses? Today, the way the world is evolving, the new younger generation is coming, they question not only the parents, they question the question actually. So we have a lot of issues. That's why I thought today this event will be not only a great insight for the people who are attending, who are in family business, but I strongly believe that mediation and reconciliation is not only for the businesses, even for the family, as Divya said. Each one of us should be knowing this dispute resolution. And I also saw that, a lot of models, I just went through the thing. I think Singapore put a TJ model. I think every country is interested in getting that. The TJ model is one, they put it so beautifully in Singapore to resolve the family disputes, where a judge supervises the whole role, how the whole issue to be resolved between the family. So it's going to be a great day, and I once again really warmly seeing you. Please keep coming to MMA events. We got a phenomenal facilities here. We got a state-of-art library, multiple things. We got over 800 events we do in a year. And please come and join us. And it's indeed a privilege for me. Thank you, Divya. Thank you, Reddy, for choosing MMA to be one of the partners. It's always a privilege to collaborate with you and bring some outstanding program. Thank you.
May I request Advocate Mr. Vijay Krishnan, mediator FCDR, to introduce FCDR, our knowledge partner.
Good morning to everybody here, to all those who are seated on the dais, as well as in this wonderful hall. My name is Vijay Krishnan, and I am part of the FCDR team. As you know, FCDR stands for Foundation for Comprehensive Dispute Resolution. Presently, we are 5 members in this FCDR, and we have been here for, this is our 11th year. Last year, when we celebrated our 10th anniversary by holding a seminar with the theme mediation and the future of dispute resolution, which was very well attended. Our primary focus is mediation because we believe in mediation. We believe that mediation offers the solution for resolving most of the disputes in the society. Particularly civil, commercial, and other disputes can be addressed, family disputes can be addressed by mediation. Even in certain criminal cases where it is possible to compoundable offenses are involved, it is still possible to solve those problems through mediation. All of us in FCDR, we are accredited mediators with the Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center attached to the Madras High Court. And we can say that over the years, probably even we 5 of us have put together, we have been part of mediation settlements in more than maybe 500, 600 cases. So that's a kind of experience which we want to use in solving the problems of people who come to us. Therefore, we have three broad areas of interest. One is providing the service of mediation to those who are in need of them, one. The second is training people in mediation, whomsoever, to interested groups of people, that is another area. And the third is about generally propagating the idea of mediation as a system, as a solution to solve most of the problems in the society. We are very happy that to collaborate with Flo in this particular today's seminar. And in conclusion, I would say, let me say that the F in FCDR stands for focus in mediation, and the C representing core commitment to mainstream mediation as the most preferred method of resolution, and the D representing our determination to promote mediation in every possible way, and R denoting our resolve to succeed in this endeavor. Thank you.
May I now request K.P. Chidambaram, Trustee Jagrati Foundation, to say a few words.
Morning, everybody. Thank you for having me. I sincerely tried my best not to be here on this dais because I was pulling down the average standard of the dais, but thank you for being accommodated. I'm here as Chidambaram, founding trustee of Jagrati, but also as Chidambaram, the son of Shobhana Reddy. Almost 6 decades ago, in a flight accident, my mother lost her father. And her mother, my grandmother, and her sister, who were married to 2 brothers, were both widowed on the same day. It's my belief that the germination of the idea of having a legal awareness entity to spread the good word was actually sown in my mother's head as long as 6 decades ago. And in 2017, along with the support of Ajay, who will be speaking later today as well, and my brother and me, Jagrati was started as a legal awareness foundation, mainly to spread legal awareness with specific intent towards helping women. Since 2017, it's conducted legal awareness workshops in women's universities and colleges. Contributions have been made to the privacy bill, mostly by Advocate Ajay. And pro bono work is being carried out in Rajasthan as well as in Tamil Nadu. I haven't honestly contributed much, but I am very proud to be part of the organization for the good work that it's doing. And I'm very proud to call myself Shobhana's son. Keep up the good work, Ma. Welcome.
I would just like to acknowledge the presence of the Innerville District Chairperson, Madam Nasira. Can you just rise for that? We have invited them to be part of this seminar, and also Naina Shah, who represents Seroptimist International. So thank you so much for coming together with us for this. I request Sandhya to now introduce the chief guest, Dr.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's our honor to introduce Justice D. Bharatha Charkravathy, a highly accomplished judge with a strong background in law and mediation. Justice Charkravathy graduated in law from Dr. Ambedkar Government Law College, Puducherry, and practiced law at the Madras High Court, tribunals and subordinate courts in Chennai. He served as the public prosecutor for the Union Territory of Puducherry at the Madras High Court from 2017 until his elevation. As an accredited mediator, Justice Charkravathy has mediated around 400 referrals and trained mediators and judges from several states in India. He is also an arbitrator empaneled with the Madras High Court Arbitration Center. Justice Charkravathy has authored several books and chapters, including Sikh Mediation and Mediation and the Madras High Court. He developed a mobile app, Lift, Law and Fingertips, a bilingual free legal educational app, and is trained volunteer with the Madras High Court Gender Sensitization and Internal Complaints Committee. With his vast experience and expertise in mediation, arbitration, and law, Justice D. Bharatha Charkravathy is a highly respected figure in the Indian judiciary. Please join me in welcoming him. We are also privileged to introduce Justice K. Kannan, a distinguished jurist and a pioneer in mediation. With a remarkable career spanning multiple decades, Justice Kannan has served as a judge in the Madras High Court and Punjab and Haryana High Court, and later as chairman of the Railway Claims Tribunal. A passionate advocate for mediation, Justice Kannan founded Madhyastham to promote and practice mediation. His journey began in college working with Professor Madhava Menon and continued with establishing one of India's first rural mediation centers in 1981. Recognized globally for his expertise, Justice Kannan was awarded the Weinstein-James Fellowship in 2017. He has also enhanced his skills through certificate courses at Harvard Law School and Hastings College of the Law. As a respected author and mediator, Justice Kannan brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to the table. We are privileged to have him with us today to share his insights on effective conflict resolution and mediation. Please welcome him. I would also like to introduce Senior Advocate Pushya Sitaraman. Ms. Pushya Sitaraman, co-founder of FCDR, is a designated Senior Advocate at the Madras High Court with over 30 years of experience in taxation and corporate law. A graduate of Stella Maris College and Madras Law College, her passion for mediation led her to extensive training, including with Geeta Ravindra of the Virginia Supreme Court and ADR Group of the UK. Ms. Pushya has been actively mediating disputes referred by the Madras High Court through the Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center for nearly 20 years. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sandhya. The session now starts. Magic of mediation, the best legal solution.
Good morning to everyone. Nice to see a full hall. And I thank Shobhana of Jagriti and Flow and MMA for giving FCDR this opportunity to share about mediation, which is a great passion for us. And for the topic of mediation, magic of mediation, if you all really want someone to convince you what is that magic, you have the two best magicians here that can really go about it. Before we start, I'd like to know how many of you have been exposed to mediation. Can you please put up your hands? Not bad, quite a few. That's good. That's good. So, can we start, sir? The brochure says, resolving disputes while keeping family bonds intact. I personally feel mediation can work that magic. If you go to court or if you have any other kind of attempt at resolving or taking the fight forward, it's not going to happen. So, although some people said that they have been exposed, I see that the audience is largely unexposed to mediation. How would you describe mediation and how can it work such a magic? Can you hear? The question.
property of 3 grounds in a house built thereof. In a upmarket area, say Annanagar. Okay. This is a simple case of a 3-ground property in Annanagar. The suit for partition is filed by one sister. The mother and the other sister are the defendants. Okay. You go to any lawyer, you go to any person, they will easily tell that if the property belongs to the father, he has died intestate, he has not written any will. Therefore, there are only 3 legal heirs, 2 daughters and the wife. So they will get 1/3 each. As simple as that, a suit for partition was filed. That was referred to mediation. End of the mediation, the matter was settled. In fact, they have agreed for 1/3, and it was agreed that they will sell the property, and for the mother's share, mother will purchase another flat in a senior citizen's home, and then she will live the rest of their life. As simple as that. Now, what's special in mediation? Now, I take you to the mediation room. What's the difference between, getting a judgment and resolving it to the mediation? What is the magic of mediation? See, in the first day, the elder sister who was, I'll go a little elaborate on this thing, please. The elder sister was living in the US. She has only filed the suit. On day 1, when she came inside the mediation room, we had the elder sister, we had the younger sister and her husband. Mother was in the US, she didn't come. She started off blasting the younger sister and her husband. She used all kinds of words in English. So in spite of us, putting her that this is a mediation room, you should not use those kind of words. But she was very angry. And she said, these people are greedy. The property is purchased by my father. My younger sister and their family, they had their house being demolished and reconstructed. Therefore, temporarily we let them inside our house. Because my mother wanted to come to US and live with me. Therefore, we temporarily let them to reside. Now they want to grab the entire property. I have to go to court. These are greedy people. So that was the allegation which was made by the sister. In reply, the younger sister did not speak. Her husband only spoke. He said, no, there are only 2 sisters. The mother is very old. The property has to be divided into 2. She is having the mother in her custody and trying to grab 2/3. That is why we are now resisting the suit. Therefore, they are greedy. Okay, this is what the first session they said. Each of them are into property. They are greedy. They want to take more is the first session. Now, in the end of the first session, we saw that the younger sister was a little timid. She was all the time, she had tears in her eyes. And her husband only spoke. So gently we said, see, these are sisters who are speaking in mediation. Now she is also using all kinds of words. Why do you want to bear the brunt of it? Should you not wait outside in the veranda? Let the sisters speak. He agreed. Then we had the session number 2. Second session. The husband, again he came, but he sat in the veranda only. He didn't come inside the mediation room. Now this time, the elder sister started. She said that, see, we asked them to occupy the house because temporarily they wanted accommodation. My mother, when she came from the US for 15 days to be in India, this husband of my younger sister told her that you can use the first room in the first floor. It is her property, her house. How can they allot a room to my mother? Even though I claim a share in the property, after all, the property belongs to my mother. My mother and father only built that house. They insulted my mother. That is why I filed the case. That is what the elder sister shared. Now only the younger sister started speaking. She said, my mother is an orthodox vegetarian. My sister got married and went to the US. She went only on a dependent visa. Therefore, she was not treated very much in her by her husband and her family. Therefore, she wanted to earn something. Therefore, she is now doing catering. Now in the US. Now, therefore, my mother has gone to her only to help her in her business. Now, this Orthodox lady is made to cut meat pieces. Because in the US, it is not possible to be, she is supplying non-vegetarian food also. So she is only insulting my mother, and I am fighting the case only for the sake of my mother. This is session number 2. Then we adjourned it for session number 3. Bear with me because this will answer many of your questions. We went into session number 3. Session number 3, we went inside the mediation room. The sisters asked me, the elder one asked me, sir, can you also wait outside the mediation room? We want to talk inside. I said, yes. We started off, because she came from the US, therefore, special sitting we had even on the Saturday. 2 o'clock, the mediation started, the third session. So I also went outside. I asked all the advocates to come out, let the sisters talk. Started at 2 o'clock. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, they didn't come out. So 4 o'clock, everyone, I was all along controlling my mediation staff and the lawyer. Let them talk, let us have some patience. Then 4 o'clock, they said, no, sir, we have to see what's happening inside the mediation room. We went inside. We didn't go inside the mediation room like this. There will be a small glass window in our mediation. We saw this scene whereby the elder sister was seen crying. She was weeping profusely. All her eyeliner, everything has come down. I like some drama, therefore I'll show you. No, see. The younger sister was holding her like this. She was standing and they were talking like this. And we knocked the door. All right, they have not finished. Then we sent some coffee inside. And then we waited inside. And then finally they called us inside. And then they briefed us what they talked. See, the elder sister already has some problem with her husband also. So she was seriously contemplating filing of divorce. All along she had the emotional support of her younger sibling. But after the case is filed, the communication got snapped. So she had nobody else. Therefore, she had now consulted a lawyer in the US to file a divorce suit also. The younger sister had advised her not to do because the children are in the stage of getting married. And with the money, if the problem is resolved, with the money you can prosper in your catering business also. And then they said that you can invest your thing. And similar was the case of the younger sister also. Her husband was also a little bit misogynistic only. If she gets the money out of the sale proceeds, she will also have some respect in her own family. So both of them have consoled each other, and then they agreed that let the mother come. They bought a flat for her in the Coimbatore Senior Citizens Home, where she can live in her own way, in her orthodox way. And that is how it was settled. Now the point is, that is the magic of mediation, which I will say. Restoration of relationship. See, it is not the property which both of them wanted. Money was only secondary. Both the sisters needed the other person in their life. It was very important because all along, at least twice a week, they will talk for 1 hour. They used to share their emotions. They used to be supportive of each other. That was the primary thing which they wanted. The second thing is the honor of the mother. So that is also solved. That is the magic of mediation. It can settle the thing in a wholesome manner. See, everybody knew that it is only 1/3. Law says 1/3 only. If you go to court, if you go to a lawyer, what are the things which as a lawyer or as a judge I will be concerned? The property is purchased by the father. Alright, it is his self-acquired property. Now after his death, it will go to his class 1 legal heirs. They will share equally. 1/3 only. Alright, 1/3 only we gave. But in what manner? After what? That is the magic of mediation. I think it answers the question.
I think the illustration has answered beautifully what is the magic of mediation and what a difference it can do even with the same result. Justice Kannan, would you like to add to this?
Yeah, magic is something that takes you or brings a big surprise to you. So there are two other elements where you can see similar to magic is poetry. Poetry is something, excellent poetry is when you are suddenly taken by surprise. It's a kind of a wow. I was at a book exhibition yesterday, picked up something. It says like this, Marathin Echam, Nilathin Macham, Nidal. That's the third one. Marathin Echam is that which is spit. So what is that? From the tree, a spit. Is it crochet or something? Then you talk about the next line is Nilathin Macham. Oh, it is not about shade. Probably there is when you talk about some mole or something, you see some beauty there. So Nilathin Macham. So then what is that? The tree that gave, that is there. The last word is Nidal. It's a shadow. So what is not good? So that is a surprise element. Like poetry, you also have sometimes when a joke, for instance, what causes a laughter is that surprise element. You ask a question like, how long does it go and come back to Pondicherry? So if I know going to Pondicherry is about 3.5 hours, I say about 7 hours. That person, another person, said, no, it took 19 hours for me. What did you do? I went and came back, all the way back. So therefore, you go and come back. He was thinking he has to come back by car. He went, and then I put a reverse, and I came back all along. So therefore, that is again, that which is logical, but then doesn't really convey. Magic again in mediation context, like what Justice Bharatha is saying, brings a certain kind of an element of what you would have anticipated. Or what it's not 1 + 1 is 2. It addresses kind of the things which are more than what you could have really anticipated. I have had several occasions. There was a lot more questions which Pushya has. I'm able to see, so I will not detain you there. But what surprised to me was in a mediation where I thought at all times in matters of custody. Would a sex worker be an appropriate guardian for a child? I always had some reservations about it because as a person trained in law, you see who are all the persons who are not fit to be a guardian, who can't provide the appropriate care and things. So now it came in a very different way for me. In a situation of where a lady from a foreign country seemed all well educated and things. Then they were saying the husband and wife had decided to part, and there was a custody for the child that they were fighting for. And it seemed like when I was asking, the case that they had was that they had been married, they had met each other in some social function at Delhi, and they decided to marry, they have a child, now they have a problem. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. So at a mediation session, when I was calling them and speaking to them, he had said that this woman is not leading a proper life. And he said, sir, may I say something here? So, yeah, please. He said, we're talking about we meeting each other in a social function. But now he finds that I'm not a woman of morals, and therefore he wants to discard me. But would he disclose how he knew me in the first place? So I was looking at her. And she said, I was a sex worker, sir. He sought me there in my company. And that's how he knew me. It was a kind of a revelation. It was a shock. When I said wow moment, it's not at all times the exaltation. It can surprise you. It can bring to you, suddenly you have your own perspectives change. As a judge, most of the time, like Justice Bharatha will vouch for that, you get immediately kind of judgmental. Oh, this lawyer, he's always long-winded. This man speaks enough untruth. Will I not know him? Have I not known him as a lawyer? All kind of judgmental issues keep coming into your mind, and then his case or what he projects to you colors your perception of how it's going to be taken by you. But in mediation, it's never like that. You never judge. You simply take as valid both statements. That's how you begin. And there are ever so many things which keep opening up. There are several issues. There's several layers to your problem. What Justice Bharatha now says is not merely an issue of a partition, giving a share and then going away. That you get to be addressing so much else, and that is what is the beauty about it. So, magic to add there is a surprise element of what it can be and what it can deliver and how many sheets that you will unravel in the process.
Can you tell the audience in what situations they can seek mediation?
Okay. See, for me, who believes in mediation, every situation,
It's not a situation.
I will
where
tell you
it's-
the extreme example. Extreme example, people will frown if I say. A case of murder was referred to mediation those days. That is an extreme situation, not with reference to the criminal offense. With reference to the quantum of compensation payable, it was referred to mediation because the one person who perpetrated the murder was having only 30 cents of the land. He has got 3 children. The other person died was also having 20 cents of land. He was having 4 children. Now there is a dispute with reference to the water, when they were irrigating the water, they had a wordy quarrel pursuant to which one person hit the other. And then he died. Therefore the judge said, why don't you pay something to this thing? I'll proportionately, reduce your punishment. He was not convicted for a murder, but for a homicide. Therefore, that was also referred to mediation. But strictly speaking, so long as the issue is between the two persons who are going to come to the mediation table, it doesn't affect the third party rights or the society at large. All the issues between you and me can be mediated, can be lawfully settled to mediation. That is the long and short of it. If it is between 2 individuals or 3 or 4 individuals who are parties to mediation, any kind of dispute can be mediated and settled. The only thing is that no third party rights should be involved in it, and it should not involve the society at large. If it is going to be a proclamation at large, then that is not suitable for mediation. Having said that, now the new Mediation Act gives a list of things which cannot be mediated, and everything else can be mediated. Therefore, except those serious criminal offences and the civil matters which may involve multiple parties who will not be there in the mediation table, everything else can be referred to mediation and can be mediated and settled. Secondly, and when you have so many options of arbitration, of going to court, or going for other ways, whenever relationships are involved, whenever quick resolution you want, whenever it needs innovative solutions, mediation is the thing to go. See, I can give you an example. It's a famous tractor company in Chennai only. Tractor companies, the pedal, pedal is a very important component in a tractor. They all the time they do a research and keep on improving them. So somebody has come out with a spurious product. They spend so much of R&D and money into that in designing those pedals. Somebody simply copied it and they are selling. So that is the dispute which came. Ultimately, they found that the tractor company, with all its marketing force and wherewithal, were able to sell only 400 pedals per month as pairs. This spurious fellow was selling 2,000 pairs per month. Therefore, that mediation ended up in this fellow's appointing them as their distributor. He agreed that henceforth he will not come up with a spurious product, but be a distributor to that.
It also happened in another situation in Delhi, I can immediately relate, of a person in Ludhiana who is manufacturing a jeans called Lewis, L-U-W-I-S. So Levi's Strauss had a case, and he found that Lewis fellow is making a lot of pairs of jeans, And Levi's was interested in tapping the market of what this person had already done. So they had made him an exclusive manufacturer for them. They would supply the product, he will not make anymore. And he had a larger market. Imagine what Levi's could sell right through the world. And what he was doing was merely servicing Punjab. But then he got a larger market, he had larger profit. So similar example to what he has.
So if you think that the dispute needs a creative solution, needs a unique solution, then also it's a primary candidate for mediation, because you are the best person, you know what do you want and how to resolve it. And in mediation, you are in control of how you are going to decide. See, in law, either they would have given damages or convicted that fellow. That is not what the company want, you only know. Therefore, in those kind of transaction also, mediation is the best way of resolving the dispute.
At what stage of the dispute can you go? Sorry, at what stage of the dispute? At what stage of the dispute can you take it to mediation?
It was stated, see, persons who are trained in law have a problem, always look for some precedents. And therefore, Justice Ravindran, one of the most prolific judges of our times, who could give exceedingly workable judgments. He said in one case in Afghan in 2009, or 15 years back, that the disputes must be sent to mediation before all the pleadings have been exchanged, all the bad blood has been spilled out, and therefore you have really hardened your feelings. You are very angry with the other person. Have I not known what the person has stated? What kind of untruth, the tissues of lies he has laid out. So this is when, like he said, try to bring, if the parties are already in court, try to send them to mediation immediately before the pleadings are drawn. That is what he said. But in our practice, we know most of the cases that get related from the court. I'm at least talking about, there are two types of mediation probably we'll talk about. The court referred mediation is one, where parties come to mediate themselves. That's another one. And ideally, in a court referred mediation, it's before the pleadings are drawn. But in many situations of what we see from real life, where people come to mediation, what will be the appropriate time, where you think of going to court, then probably that is the time when you'll have to really go to the mediator. Because again, when you think of going to court, then you think about mediation, it doesn't work. Most of the time when you think of going to court, you go to your lawyer. Lawyer says, no, I will take you to court and will help draft the case. Sir, shall we initiate dialogue or discussion for mediation? Many of the times, many lawyers used to be saying that don't think about all that. Why mediation? Let's fight it out. Now, that's the dangerous quality if it never exists. That's the bad thing. Now, the good part of it is there are a lot of lawyers who are there in the business, who are there in the profession, who understand the work is not merely in courts. That you have to win is not an all-time thing. That both of us win is a new mantra which is now taken shape. So, what is the right time to go? Where you think the relationships have gone really sour, where things have gotten toxic, where relationships, because Justice Bharatha just now said, where appropriate time is when the relationships have to be maintained. In a family dispute situation, it could be for partition, or it could be family business, it could be matrimonial issue. Those are the family issues which you are talking about. In all these matters, before that really break, where there is a breaking point, if it's a matrimony, if it's a breaking point, don't let it immediately break. Do we consider? Flavia Agnes, who is one of the most prominent women activists, would say, don't merely think of reunion as the only solution to situations. That there could be a very respectful manner of separation is also an important thing. And that will make it through mediation. Because in court just passes an order. Your divorce is granted this way or that. But how do you create a separation with dignity preserved.
Mutual
I
respect.
think that dignity is when can be preserved and worked through this. And when the relations are really breaking, or where it has gone toxic, or when you think you'll have to approach the court, that is the only solution. These are occasions when I would think of mediation for sure.
So because I saw in the brochure, they're talking about people who don't want to go to court at all. They would either suffer in silence and mediation would be an option for them. So is it possible to go for mediation proactively in anticipation of a dispute? Like for instance, as soon as, say, a father dies and there is property to be divided, instead of seeing how people react, is it wise to go for mediation even at that stage?
So, like, there cannot be a hard and fast rule when you will start the process of mediation. Now, the conflict, so long as that between the four corners of your office or between the two of you, when you think it is spiraling out of hand, that is the most appropriate state. To say that earlier we therefore, it is not necessary that there must be a court of lawsuit or a legal notice to put mediation. It is better to approach early. That is why even in commercial matters, now the Commercial Courts Act has made mandatory to first approach mediation before coming to court. So one exception is that you need any urgent interim order, but now that is being used now in every case to say that I need an urgent interim order and they come to court. That's another story because now the law is being changed. Now in commercial matters, now the law itself is very clear that you should attempt mediation before coming to court. That's what it says. Put your pen down, sit across, and discuss in a more informal way before writing the claim. That seems to be the law in commercial cases. Then in other cases also, now the Mediation Act says it makes it optional, though it doesn't make it compulsory. It makes it optional. Therefore, I would say that from the point of view that conflict, when you say that when you think it can't be maybe a family conflict, it may be a business or something else. But the person is the best judge. It can be at any stage. I would say sooner is better. For a court case, we say that we should claim the stage, it can be referred to mediation. But before coming to court, also, when you think, see, what they say is that the triggering event and the consequences. Sometimes you allow the triggering event to happen and the consequences become irreversible. Then thereafter mediating is a little bit difficult. Therefore, before it has inevitable consequences of the other, it is better to resolve at the appropriate stage. Leaving a conflict beyond a point and reaching an irretrievable stage is also not good. The stage is that the disease of it is going to have consequences on the other side of the
Let them go on to level.
beyond the people do not allow the conflict to survive. Session is that. So it can be litigation or even in a litigation. That's not good. But the effects on yourself and also on
Having, supposing they've decided to go for mediation, how do they prepare themselves to go for mediation? You have to be mentally prepared to go to mediation.
See, the one thing which is essential is that you have the maximum facts. How much of it will you be able to disclose? In courts, we concern ourselves about what is relevant, what is not relevant, what is admissible, what is not admissible. These are all several constraints in the manner in which truth is sought to be found. But truth is secured in so many ways that there could be an opening of hearts where you make possible an environment where a lot of things can be disclosed. So don't limit parties when you're preparing. They used to be talking about arriving at a place sweaty palm. The idea is a kind of an anxiety. What is going to happen? How is he going to ask me things? How am I going to be answering this? Why should I not be asking that person this? All these provide anxieties for a person. So if you are a mediator, so I'll have different answers for what you are. If you are a party,
Not the mediator, the parties.
for the parties. So for the parties, it is essential that they know that they have all the facts clean, prepared. They need also to be informed that what is it that I would like to share with the other? What is it that I would like to share only with the mediator? It happens many times. So there are occasions where that the man may be denying to the wife that he is not having any other woman, but he may be in a relationship with another. So there are occasions where something would require to be disclosed to the mediator will not be will not make that other person know. In a typical family business, I have come across situations of where accounts as are presented to auditor or the auditor what he conceals someone, what he makes it possible for public authorities to see. All these things keep happening. So therefore, when you're preparing for a party, you need to know what is it that you would like to disclose to the other side. What do I disclose only to the mediator? Have a clear understanding. What could be disclosed, what need not be disclosed must also be done. Presenting a lot of things is important. And then don't keep back anything. Probably this is not worthwhile discussing. That also has to be happening sometimes. Parties may have their own understanding of what is possible. Because I came across a situation where a person who was married and that marriage is subsisting, he had taken another wife through the other wife, there was children. As far as law is concerned, there is no share which a second wife can claim when the first wife was there. All property standing in the name of the husband. This was about some person, a case which I was dealing. The person was thinking second wife will not get anything. But in mediation it is possible. We'll be able to even know. So, what do you prepare? What is my requirement? What is it that the person provided to the second wife? So, that could, the matter can go beyond what a court can work in a mediation setting. So, therefore, be prepared for every kind of thing. There is nothing which can be excluded. The exception could be like criminal offences. Even there, I've seen a mother and this is something which I saw referred to me by the court. There was a case of a mother and son joining together. The man was the father was very ill. The daughter was in USA, and some document was made before his death. The issue was that this document was taken at a time when he was in a comatose stage. And the registrar was supposed to have come there and registered it at the hospital. Now it turned out that the hospital could not have allowed that kind of a thing. Nobody could have been brought into the ICU. It was a private hospital though. Then so much else was there. There were criminal offences filed which went up to Supreme Court. Wouldn't have been possible in a case where you talk about forgery, where you talk about impersonation, because that person could not have been taken to the registrar for registration. So therefore, impersonation was there, forgery was there, wouldn't have been possible for even referring the matter to mediation. But then this came for a mediation and we were able to mediate. So therefore, that which does not give itself to an adjudication or what you may think is not possible for mediation could still become possible. So be prepared for all kind of things of what you would be able to disclose to a mediation.
You want to think?
Yeah.
In terms of preparing oneself, I am going to a mediation. How do I prepare myself? So I would want to add by saying that I should bring some clarity to myself as to what do I want in the end of it. And therefore two things we have to understand, that it is a negotiation table. What you will otherwise get in what is rightly belonging to you, you may have to negotiate from that only. Therefore, it will not be 100% of what you are going to get. Secondly, say for example, this is a dispute about a property. Now my lawyer would have told, or my experience from whatever documents which I am having, I am thinking that this property will come to me if I fight it. Then if the property comes to me, I can build a house and live there. I can sell it out in real estate and get the money. I can give it to a builder, have 2 flats for myself and get some money also. So there are various possibilities. So what happens is that our mind unconsciously takes that sum total of all these possibilities. Your mind takes the sum total of all the possibilities and then only you react to the various negotiations. See, you can do all the 3 of it, but you can do only one of the 3. Even if you have the property, you can sell or build the house or give it to the builder. But what happens is that the human mind has the sum total of all the 3 in its back thing while it negotiates. Therefore, one has to consciously, think what best he can, even if he gets the property or wins the thing. And therefore, be grounded on that fact and then negotiate to the other side. According to me, you have to prepare yourself better, more than a lawsuit when you go to the mediation room. So having clarity of what I want is the most important thing which you can do, and to avoid the sum total in your thinking. And then if I get the property, this is what I am going to do. Therefore, this is what I will get. Now, how much I am willing to put in the mediation table for the mediator to maneuver and bring about a settlement, because whatever you say has to be accepted by the other side also. Therefore, that we have to keep in mind the perspective of the other, and secondly, what I want for myself also. That is how you need to prepare yourself when you go to the mediation.
The same thing is what probably Chitra and I have seen in US, where we took some training. A mediation brief will be presented. The mediation brief is about your expectations. What do you there come to expecting what? What kind of reliefs you think will be becoming possible? In suits, we write about reliefs. Here, these are all expectations. There could be several. In a brainstorming session, therefore, we talk about the several alternatives for what could exist. That is what a mediator will do. That is not what I'm saying. But I'm saying to have a clarity, like what Justice Bharatha is saying, to give a brief of what all your expectations are.
I think we're running out of time, although I have a lot more questions to ask you. Only one question is, because this is something they wanted, is legal assistance necessary for mediation? What is the role of the lawyer?
I think it's most important. I will not enter into any mediation session without a lawyer being there. Because for two reasons. One, lawyers themselves could be the persons against mediation if it's they are going to be excluded. So that they are part of the whole system is important for us. For the success of the mediation, the movement, it is essential that the lawyers are seen as important talking to people. There is no way you exclude them. And you get better orientation. Evaluation of rights of parties are at all times essential. A mediator, for him to be judging, will be wrong. But if you have a lawyer there, lawyer will be able to, depending on the way the conversation is navigated, he has a manner of knowing what is appropriate in a situation. What could happen? Because a mediator puts you through that. What is the better alternative to a negotiated settlement if it's not settled, if there is an impasse? There, a lawyer is there to help you assess where you are. So I would think at all times, lawyers would require to be there. We must help them understand that their work is different. It's not an adversarial thing of you calling the other person wrong and you saying that you are right. That rightness is not what is going to help. They will have different functions to perform. A lawyer is there in a mediation setting will have a collaborative approach. What sustains a settlement for a long period? What endures? What can improve relationship between parties? They have different roles. This is a whole new skill set which is necessary apart from taking right and wrongs as they do in courts. here they'll be doing something differently. What serves all of us best? How do I take a solution which is a win-win? That's how I would think lawyers would.
Can we close? I'm sorry, we don't have time for questions in this session. Hopefully, we'll have in the next sessions. Thank you.
That was an insightful session on legal mediation. We thank our esteemed panelists for taking time out of their busy schedules and enlightening us on this important topic. We request the floor chairperson, Dr. CMA CACS Divya Abhishek, MMA Group Captain Vijay Kumar, and Trustee of Jagriti Foundation KP Chidambaram to present mementos to the chief guests. Honorable Mr. Justice Bharatha Charkravathy, Honorable Mr. Justice K. Kannan, former Judge Madras High Court, and Senior Advocate Mrs. Pusha Sitaraman, co-founder FCDR. Chidambaram of Manor Group, are you saying something about sanctuary? The event sponsor will now say a few words. And then we are going to have the group picture. So all the panelists kindly be prepared to come on the stage for a group picture.
Thank you. My name is Chidambaram, and the hat I'm wearing now is I represent a real estate company called Sanctuary, which I run along with my partners Venkatesh and Sandeep, who are also here. Before that, I quickly want to just congratulate Divya on all her success. Divya, it's great seeing you here in your element. Divya and my son go to the same art class together and make some beautiful art and craft. Congrats on everything, Divya. Rather than talk about what we do as a real estate company, I'd like to take my minute to tell you why we do what we do and what the genesis of this company was. The conversation was actually just an evening conversation between my partners and me, who are all fathers of young children, on what kind of values we want to imbibe in our kids and what kind of a world we'd like to help create for them to take forward. And three of those threads, the first of which is that we thought life was experiential and for creation rather than consumption. The second was that we thought the earning of money, so the accumulation of wealth, was a consequence of good and disciplined decision making rather than something to be displayed. And the third was that as fathers, the most precious and valuable resource that we had was actually spending time with our young kids and our children. And this manifested itself as a real estate company, because with the lens that we had on, we thought the home is actually such an important representation of how you live your life, how you spend time with your family, and the signal that you put out to the world. Now, an interesting insight that came when we thought about homes and the way they get developed today is if you build an independent house, you choose your architect, you choose every material, that house is truly a representation of your value system, of your aesthetic and your choices. And there are some incredibly beautiful homes being built today, Chennai and all over India as well. But when apartments get built, which are still the majority of housing that gets supplied, the developer doesn't actually know who he is building for. So when you don't know who you're building for, you build for as many people as you can. You take the lowest common denominator and say, can I create an apartment that will appeal to the largest number of people? And what that formula has actually become in luxury housing is Italian marble, false ceilings, maybe some automation, modular kitchens, and so on. So we thought, is that necessarily the best way to do it? Could apartments be developed in the same ways that homes are getting developed? Say, for instance, can I walk into my apartment and the first thing I see is actually a garden? Because that's so important to the home experience. Could I, instead of having a white color, sterile false ceiling, get handcrafted artisanal work done on my ceilings with marble dust and natural pigment paints? That's something beautiful to look at, which is the last thing I see before I go to sleep and the first surface that I wake up to. Could my kitchen be made of actual teak wood the way my grandmother's kitchen was made, rather than a modular kitchen being imported somewhere from Germany or Italy? That doesn't even make sense. Could I use India's most natural beautiful stones from Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh or Andhra Pradesh that age gracefully and are so much better suited to surfaces, floor surfaces like kitchens or children's play areas compared to Italian marble that's expensive to buy and impossible to maintain? And that's exactly what we're doing today at Sanctuary. We're a fairly new company. We have a few ongoing projects in the city. We've had an overwhelming response so far. People have come forward and said, we love what you guys are doing. We'd like to do all of these things, but we don't have the time and bandwidth to do it. And the bet for us was, can we create these homes that we truly value, not the ones that we sell, that we think will sell the fastest? Is this the kind of home that I would like to live in with my kids and my parents and their families? And then would there be enough people actually willing to come out and say, this is what I've been looking for. We'd love to take this journey with you. And so far it's been fabulous. We'd love to thank our customers for taking the journey with us. The actually Honorable Justice mentioned the first thing he said is property dispute in Ananagar. So if you have family property disputes and you're looking to buy a new home and just get away from all of it, you know who to get in touch with. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Dignitaries, will you all come on the stage and then we finish this session and commence the second session? Can I please request Chitra to escort the justices back onto the dais, and also ask all the panelists to come. We have a group picture before the justices leave. Also asking Flow Vice Chair, the Flow team, Sandhya, the Secretary, and the legal vertical heads, Jyoti Thomas, everybody who is helping out with this event. Can I ask everyone to come on the stage for a group picture, please? I just want to acknowledge the contribution of Rachna Kumar, Flow member, to, the whole making of the legal cell at the center, and for introducing us to the then Chief Justice, Mr. Sanjay Kaul. So may I, grateful in acknowledgement of that grateful, gratefully ask Rachna to join us also on the stage. Thank you. Requesting the floor chairperson Divya Abhishek to give a memento in grateful acknowledgement of the time. to Chidambaram, the sponsor of the event. KP Chidambaram. Justice, Honorable Justice D. Bharatha Charkravathy, may I please request you to give a memento to the event sponsor? Thank you, Justice.
So we will now commence the second session. I request Mrs. Naina Shah to escort the distinguished panelists, Advocate Geeta Ramaseshan, Senior Mediator Uma Ramanathan, and Advocate Revati G. Mohan to the dais for the conversation on mediating disputes in family relationships. I would now like to introduce Mrs. Geeta Ramaseshan. Geeta Ramaseshan enrolled as an advocate in 1982 and has been practicing for 42 years in the Madras High Court and trial courts in criminal, family and civil laws. She has been a special public prosecutor for 14 years for the CBI. She is a trained mediator and a senior trainer in the Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center and was the first joint secretary of the High Court Mediation Center. She has been invited by the National Judiciary Academy, Bhopal, to deliver lectures on various subjects. She is a Heinz Fellow from University of Pittsburgh on Comparative Law and Eisenhower Fellow, USA. She is also an adjunct faculty in the Asian College of Journalism, Chennai, where she teaches a course on media, law, and society. Our next panelist for today is Mrs. Uma Ramanathan, co-founder of FCDR, was called to the bar in 1980 and practiced in civil matrimonial writ jurisdictions and the debt recovery tribunals and consumer courts until 2009. Trained as a mediator by Mrs. Geeta Ravindran in 2006 and later as a trainer, Mrs. Uma Ramanathan was certified as a commercial mediator by JAMS in 2013. She has trained advocates and judges across India and is an expert coordinator for dispute resolution workshops at Tata Nana Parthiwala Chair, Sastra University. Mrs. Uma Ramanathan served as the organizing secretary of the Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center and contributed to drafting the mediation training manual for India. She has authored the book Resolve to Resolve and has presented papers and written extensively on mediation. Our third panelist, Mrs. Revati Ganesh Mohan. Mrs. Revati Ganesh Mohan, a member of the FCDR family, has been practicing law since 1990, focusing on family disputes, civil, commercial cases, and white-collar offenses. She is empaneled with the District and State Lok Adalat and High Court Legal Aid Services Committee and offers pre-litigation mediation in commercial disputes. An accredited mediator with the Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center, Mrs. Revathi Ganesan, has been conducting court-annexed mediation since 2006. Trained by Mrs. Geeta Ravindran and Mrs. Mr. Rahim Shamji. She is also a certified online mediator with ADR Group UK and holds a PG diploma in ADR from NALSA. She conducts mediation advocacy programs and is certified PFSH and POSH trainer, empaneled with Ministry of Women and Child Development and private sector organization. I now request the panelists to please start the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. And the earlier session was very enthralling. You all would have known what is mediation at least. So taking forward from there, we have our esteemed panelists who are in accredited mediators. Just going forward from whatever the earlier session was there, Justice Bharatha Charkravathy had given an example about mediation, how the mediation was conducted when it was a property dispute, where two sisters were in the mediation room. It was the two sisters who were talking, the emotions were there. And he also mentioned about the younger sister's husband was present in the mediation and he was the person talking. So where I feel, in my view, I felt that it was something like power dynamics. Because the husband, instead of the wife speaking, it was the husband who was speaking for his wife, to the sister. Ma'am, I would like you both to talk about this power dynamics in mediation, how this could be resolved in mediation.
I must really thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. All of us, the panelists here, we have been passionate about mediation and we've been talking about mediation. But for the people out there who have some issues, there is always a hesitancy and sort of a confusion about how to take it forward, whether to go to court, or most of the times it is not even presented or doesn't come to the court itself. And so there is a lot of frustration and simmering anger and all that. And so this power dynamics, it's either because, especially in our country, and I was surprised in a particular, during COVID when we had all these online seminars, I remember somebody from Singapore said that because in China, it is the elders who say this is what has to be done. So whether it is business or personal relationships, they will listen to what the elders say and they cannot make a decision on their own. To the extent, apparently in Los Angeles, when a woman had some problems at work and she was asked to come for mediation, she said she would come with her father. Because she said, my father has to make the decision, I cannot make the decision. So you can imagine what happens at the domestic level here. So people are bound by either, earlier there was talk about value systems also. Sometimes we are bound, we are conditioned to think that this is how we have to act. And so people either don't recognize the conflict, they don't understand the conflict, and so they don't know how to handle the conflict. So I think the first thing here in power dynamics is respecting the parties there. Making them understand what is their responsibility in the conflict. I'll tell you this for a simple example, especially because earlier we were talking before this meeting started about language also. When you go to the districts, they want you to talk not in English or in the dialect that is there. I remember there was a case which had come on appeal in the High Court, where the husband had filed for divorce and won, and the wife had filed the appeal. The notice had been sent in English, all the proceedings were in English, so she was led astray to file for dowry harassment and all sorts of things. And she did not know that the first notice that he had sent was asking only for restitution. And in another case where there was a custody matter. It was where a Hindu husband had married a Catholic wife and agreed to convert, but he was not able to go to church with her. And so there were differences between them. And unfortunately, she had a thrombosis and she died. And the child was caught between the maternal grandmother and the father. And when in mediation, I asked the child, I don't like children, young children coming into mediation. So I made the child sit outside and gave her crayons to draw. She drew a small house with a male figure on one side and a female figure on one side. And after I had discussion with the adults, I called the child in and said, "Nee enna varanjirukka Kami?" She showed me and I said, "What is this?" So she said, "This is Aya, this is Appa." And I told them, "Look at the picture. What does she want?" Sometimes, we think it's a custody matter. But then when I went into the narratives, I understood her elder son-in-law was a priest somewhere. So he was insisting that the child should be with them. The child should be brought up as a Catholic. It was not actually, the father was not good enough to take care of the child. There were other things. So this is where the dynamics comes in. In relationships, what seems apparent, as Justice Bharatha Chakravarty was also talking, it is not a question of division of property. It is the kind of, mutual obligation or mutual respect they have for each other. And what is their responsibility for that situation? I think that gets addressed in mediation.
Yeah, to add to the power dynamics, like if we were to say, though the topic is family disputes, in the afternoon you're having a session on also on addressing property matters, right? So if you were actually looking at the family, invariably, the wife will not know when there is a matrimonial dispute. The wife will not know what the husband has. There will be no way for her to find out what is the wealth that he has in his name, etc., etc. So in such a scenario, you then see that there is a power imbalance. Yeah, and then the challenge in the mediation. Now, in the court, in this case where you go, you would only go by the documentary materials available before it. If the husband were to suppress materials, there would be no way of the spouse getting to know. But in the mediation, a very skillful mediator can actually address this power imbalance in a very clever way and try to bring out all these factual issues to the table. Then number two, to take on to what Uma had said about the custom with reference to the Chinese across the world. Now, even in the Indian context, for example, when there is a dispute, invariably a parent would accompany the person, however older the person is in terms of their decision making. Everyone wants that there should be a parent along with them, or that there has to be a family member along with them. That is the cultural context in which we tend to work. And we want, and more often than not, we are not in a position to actually decide for ourselves. We want someone else to help in the decision. So much so that, people often ask the mediator, you tell us what to do, when we are not there actually to decide for them. So the example that Justice Kannan had given in the morning about how in the US, where they ask you to, when you go for mediation, where they ask you to fill what are the expectations with reference to the dispute, it becomes much more complex here because you're never taught to frame it in the way of expectations. If you go to a lawyer, the lawyer will tell you these are your rights, right? So there is a positioning. But in order to actually understand even your rights, you don't know what materials are available before you for the purpose of negotiation. So when somebody asks you what the expectations are, you just don't know what to say. And so these then become the challenges, and these are the power dynamics that actually work in family disputes. Whereas, in corporate law or in any other commercial law, both parties are kind of equally placed. Most of it is contractual, most of it is on paper. But here you are actually required to box your emotions in a framework of law, along with whatever the law guarantees you, which is a far greater challenge than other kinds of, situations.
And just to add to this, even at the present moment, you will see the women not agreeing for a divorce, though they know there is no relationship to work on, because they don't want to be accepted as a failure. In most of the disputes, whether it is family or business or anything, it's the risk that is involved that makes them come to some sort of a positioning. They hold on to a particular stand. So in most cases, either it is because they don't want to be, seen by the society or by the family as so-and-so, or this is what has happened to them. They will not venture into the space where they can think about it in a realistic manner. So there also power works either because of the family or because of the society or because of their conditioning. Social norms are there.
Actually, what you have said, like, that is emotions and that interpersonal relationship plays a vital role when you do this mediation, right? And both of you have mentioned about saying responsibility, rights, and other things. So actually, along with rights, there are obligations, wherever it is. So how are these things being addressed in mediation? You have certain rights, you have certain obligations, which is obvious, which has to be there. But when there will be some overlapping or overstepping of everything. So how are these aspects addressed in mediation?
I think, mediation offers an opportunity for the parties to open up and talk. As Justice Kannan was saying, it's a confidential process. So once parties understand that whatever they share will be kept confidential, or they can have a one-on-one talk with the mediator to sort of speak aloud and assess whatever is happening. So that helps them to sort of understand how this can go. So the confidentiality reassures them to explore and find the solutions. So I think in that way it helps a lot. Also, the mediator would be summarizing every time they say, we can't go into the process and all that, but I'm just briefly saying. So what happens is there is a shift to the positive way of looking at things. And because of that, the parties are able to move out of that emotional tone in which they get stuck. Yes, it's very, very important because from the morning, I think we've been talking about the mind. Everything is a memory. Automatically. Now, how do we know what is hot? The first time we touch something hot, we realized it hurts, so we don't touch anything. So every experience is stored somewhere in our mind. And because of that, naturally, so even when when Justice Bharatha Charkravathy was talking about options, it is in the back of the mind, so it will play. The negative aspect is when there is a conflict. So what happens is memory kicks in saying, oh, this person has done this. So this is how they are going to be unreasonable. So I will not change at all. And most of the time we have images about persons. Oh, ivangla. Oh, they are coming from there. Or this person I know, they are only going to be like this. Or I have an image about myself, I feel I disrespected. So what happens is in all this, there is a negation of looking at reality. And most often, as Justice Kannan was also talking, it is more on entitlements and what I want. So this mind has a way of working in a particular way. Today there's a lot of talk about left hemisphere and right hemisphere and all that. We can't go into all that. But we have to basically understand that in mediation, what happens is this power dynamics gets involved with emotions. Emotions trigger a lot of the power imbalance or keeping it in that position itself. So as I think Nandini and all will be talking later about emotions, unless the mediator is able to understand the emotion. See, for example, in a partition suit, as exactly the wife did not want to file against the brother. It was a prime property in Thenampet. The mother during her lifetime had settled money and got these people release in favor of the sons. But after 10 years, when the law changed, she filed for partition at the instance of her husband and her brother-in-law. She had no role to play in it at all, except that because of mediation, she had to come there. And after a few sessions, I saw her talking with her daughter outside the mediation room when I came in. And I asked her, "Enna mama alla irundangale pesninglaanu keten." The daughter. She said, "Illa chinna vayasula eng mama da enak lollipop vaangi tharuvar. Mama paatha romba pidikum, but now he doesn't look at me." So I said, "Why do you wait? You go and talk to him." And after the session, this girl went and said, "Mama, eppadi irkinga?" That's all. Next time they came and settled it. See, there was a hesitancy about reaching out because What the man said was they had come from ordinary circumstances and the eldest son was the one who had brought that family to that level. So he was a decision maker. So the only thing he told me was, "Pomala pilla eppadi court ஏறலாம்? How can she go to court? She should have come to me." But whereas this woman has never stood in front of the elder brother, how will she go and approach him? So when these people said, she went and she signed whatever was to be signed. That's all. She didn't understand the repercussions at all. But because this girl was looking at the mama and I saw it. So what we say in mediation training itself, there are cues that we have to look out for. We have to understand the language that they are using. It differs from state to state, from district to district. We have to understand the nuances of the language and then look out for something which we could use to help them to move from there. And that is why mediation is different from litigation.
Yeah, see, for example, just to draw from what Uma has said, when in a mediation sometimes, I'm not generalizing, but invariably, culturally, men are more articulate. They're not articulate in that sense, but when they come before a mediation, they are much more aware of what to ask. They know, obviously women are, I think, far more articulate than men, but in a mediation process, they know what to ask. And when the wife or the other member, the woman member is there in the mediation, she's sometimes very tongue-tied. She's not able to immediately respond, or she gets frightened, or she's not able to talk, talk at all about that process. So this is one of the challenges that we often see, not just in terms of power dynamics, but also in the way in which the aspects go. So now if we were to just look at rights and obligation, rights alone, yes, this is my right, this is the house, both of us are jointly owning it, I have half a right to it. But what about the obligations and everything that the woman has put forth in terms of the effort? Same in regards to the partition example. If we were to take, everybody has 1/3, let's say 3 people, 2 brothers, 3 brothers, 1 sister, all have 1/3. That is the rights that they enjoy under the law. But in a mediation, the hidden feelings come. The elder brother may feel that he has taken complete care of the parents, spent on medical, expenses. Father has lived with him. The younger brother is living abroad, probably earning much more than all of them. And therefore, then he feels that even though the law gives me 1/3 alone as a right, what has been the obligation of the other brothers towards the family? In the mediation process, one can actually bring these into play. In the example in which Justice Bharatha Charkravathy gave. So that's how mediation makes this much more unique than, just coming to court, getting your share, having a bitter feeling right up to, and litigation, you all know how long it takes. So that's bitterness of the court process and as well as complete breakdown of relationships.
Ma'am, moving forward to this, what you said about complete breakdown of relationships. Actually, I had some 2-3 matters wherein I'm a little bit deviating from what we have just spoken. I had couples who had come for a family issue. They have filed for divorce and their children are already married and they are grandparents and they have come here for a divorce. So as a lawyer, I had advised her husband, why do you have to go for a divorce at this stage of your life? Now, anyway, I did advise as an advisor, as a lawyer, I advised. But anyway, and then I just told them the process. There is a process of mediation in the family court. You can as well go and talk there. Now, when I did read through certain articles, there is something called grey divorce. So, how these matters can be mediated?
2 things I first want to say before addressing what is today very fashionably termed as grey divorce, but it has always existed, merely because people didn't go to court and get a divorce. There have been unhappy women in our cultures and, history and fiction, etc., who we know what has happened to them. Now, the issue I want to say is two things. First of all, especially in the area of family law, and this is, everyone brings their own prejudice to the table. Okay. Unless it's a very, very skillful mediator. A mediator may have their own prejudice that this is the way the wife should be, this is the way the husband should be. Unlike other branches of law, unlike other branches of dispute, we can't make it as objective. The inherent prejudice comes, and that is something that one has to deal with in the very beginning, Revati, because I'm glad you said that. Because you said, why do you want a divorce at this point of your life? Number two, I think, culturally, we are, like how, one uses the word sexist, we can use the word ageist. We use the word ageist because there is age discrimination in our society. And if older people come to court, always this reaction comes through. Why do you want to move away at this stage of your life? It's almost as if there is nothing thought about as to why an older person would have decided or would have taken this decision, waiting after the children have grown up, maybe having become a little more financially independent, more confident, etc., etc. So therefore then, understanding ageism is very important in the context of our culture. Yes, in our experiences, all of us are finding people 50 plus coming to us, wanting to move on, wanting to end the marriage for various reasons. I mean, they might have tolerated violence for a very long time and now decided children are settled, therefore I can decide. And hence, terming this as grey divorce, it's not a term I like. I think it shows a little bit of ageism, discrimination on the age. And it is something that we actually need to understand why people decide, and rather than actually, even courts have this view. I think in a mediation, at least the parties can discuss and say, at least in the mediation, they would be able to tell her why we are deciding in this. Courts have this view. Judges have this view. Why do you come to court at this stage of your life? And so we then have to let in evidence to show why she has decided on this at this point of her, of her life, to take such a momentous decision. Otherwise, it will always be, having lived for so many years, tolerate for more. And so that's the, that's one aspect that is, we have to, which will probably be, but in the mediation also, Uma will add to it, one can assess the divisions in terms of the rights of parties, looking at her obligation of her contribution to the home, etc., in a far better way than what a court would do.
Yeah. So, it's very interesting. Geeta has a lot more experience, so if we have time, I'm sure she can explain more. But you see, the concept of divorce itself was alien to the Hindu culture. So it was not, and people have, as she said, been living separately. And families have taken care of the wife who has moved away from the husband, but have not bothered to, do anything about it, because they felt that it was a sacrament they had got into, and they had made a vow before the fire and all that thing. So only under the Indian Divorce Act, because of the Britishers coming in, the whole concept came in, and of course, Parsis also adopted. But what you see there is another provision called judicial separation. Because the Catholics felt that there cannot be a divorce at all, so it was by division of bed and board. So the woman is allowed to live separately, the husband is not supposed to go and disturb her, which we have in all our matrimonial laws now. Of course, Muslims don't have, the rest of them have. Now, in a particular case where, exactly as Revati was saying, when the children were very much older and married, settled abroad, and this woman couldn't take any more of this, and he came from a very well-to-do family, and he was not prepared to agree for a divorce, because he said, how can she make allegations against me? Or a woman cannot live alone, so she has to live with me. During mediation, after we went back into the history, found out what was the nature of his mental makeup and all that, Finally, when they understood each other's narrative and how the images about each other, he agreed for this judicial separation. So then he agreed that she would live in an apartment somewhere nearby, and if she had any medical issues, she had some medical issues at that time, he would be informed first, because he felt that getting the news through somebody else, again, it's a question of how they look at it. So whether it is morally right, legally right is not a question there. Whether they come to a comfort zone where this decision is acceptable to both of them. See, earlier also they were referring to a man having 2 wives and how this family came into the, thing. There are situations even today where there are multiple wives and they are fighting over property and all that is happening. So natural tendency, as Revati was saying, we would say, oh, you're the second wife. What will be your entitlement to ask for property? But in many areas, if you go in, you will find out the woman just wants the status of the wife, or she wants the society to know that she has a husband so that other men will not come and disturb her. So who are we to question and say, don't you respect yourself? That's not necessary for her. She needs to have somebody as the husband who may come in once in a way or be known just as husband of so-and-so. So other people will not bother her, or she has some protection because of that. So all this will come out in mediation. And once that is addressed, so that is why respecting their views, respecting what is it they are looking for, and then seeing the reality, making them understand their responsibility in the situation. There was one psychiatrist who came from New York. It was in a seminar, and he said, the first session I have with couples is I ask them to go back and think about what is their responsibility for the situation they are in today. And most often, they come back with some solution. See, we don't take responsibility at all for anything, as we have been talking so far. We always wait for an elder or somebody whom we respect. That is where the power dynamics also comes in. It's because we respect a person or because somebody higher in a hierarchy and all that. So what happens is we have never made a decision or taken responsibility for the decision. For example, I had a case where they had a second wife, and she wanted to educate her son, and so she had filed a case. He was a police constable. But really what she had filed was only the instance of the Vattachailalar of that area who knew the value of the property. So it was really not for her. It was the Vattachailalar who was behind. So we have to understand who are the third parties. But in mediation, he had been suspended because he was a police constable because this came about. But in mediation, what happened was his first wife's son, he said, Madam, avan en thambi dhaan, avan padipukku naan kudukren. So it was not the father who was spending, but we got a solution so that this boy's college expenses were being paid for. He took responsibility for his younger brother because he said, yeah, my father married her. It is his son. So he is my brother. I have to take care of him. Of course, that couldn't be entered into a lawful agreement there, but he gave me a commitment and everybody agreed. So that can also happen. So making them responsible for what they can do and make them understand their obligations in the situation. I think that is what is the magic of mediation that we've been talking about.
We are talking about responsibilities, again, obligations and all that. Recently, we have seen many cases, at least Supreme Court and the High Court has come heavily upon misusing the laws. So actually, I cannot say we are misusing the laws. Women are not misusing the laws. But there are certain, as I said, rights and obligations again. So how are these things, when women come with such issues, how can we make them understand where is your right, where is your obligation, and how you can come out of this situation? In mediation, how we can help them out like that?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. If you are asking me about misuse of law, it's not just this. Every other area of criminal law can be misused. If one thinks of it as a misuse. Secondly, the percentage of women who access the criminal justice system for relief in a very genuine case is far higher than the few cases where one looks at it as misuse. Thirdly, because your civil reliefs take so long to get, people do opt for some kind of a criminal relief. I mean, just take for example, a money is owed in a particular case. Even a businessman would first probably go and file a case of cheating to see whether the money can be recovered, rather than go to court and file a case which will take a very long time. So the parallel running of civil and criminal law is very common. At the same time, how does this misuse concept actually, we are not going to go into details of legislation, but you take it in this way. You come to court for one relief, you come to another court for another relief. So say, for example, you want all your jewelry back. You necessarily have to go to the criminal justice system to get it back if it is not being handed over to you. So then, in that process, the criminal justice system seems a much faster, relief-oriented system, because people feel that the police can get things done for you. How the police works, that's a different story. Now, having said this, let's take it a little further. When you go to the police station, you give your representation. And we have seen instances where the wife will go to the police station and say she wants to live with her husband. Sometimes that can be converted into a crime and the husband is called and threatened. Okay. You're seeing the recent instance where the High Court has frowned upon very heavily the way the FIR has been written in one case. Yeah. So then, the process, the misuse, the language, the so-called misuse, the language, etc., is not exactly of the party who has actually written the complaint, but it is embellished with everybody around. Okay. The police, the lawyers, etc. I am guilty of that. All of us are guilty of that. We don't exactly put the words what the client says, right? We cannot, because we know it will not survive in a court of law. So such being the case, this is how the language comes through. But coming back to this whole issue of misuse, as you yourself started by saying, it is not just misuse. Supreme Court has come down heavily on cases where they feel in a given case that everybody has been added, all the family members have been put into the criminal justice system, etc. And rightfully so, they have protested and spoken about how it should not be, misused. But be that as it may, the number of women who against whom such complaints, against which such allegations are made, is much less. It's actually the misuse that is done by the criminal justice system, starting from the police, that causes this problem, and not the person who actually gives the complaint, is my opinion.
Yeah, as she was saying, of course, we need to talk a lot more about this if we are going into the topic. But yeah, but then I think in any situation, it's the men who man the system who have to have integrity. So it's the lawyers, the parties, everybody. Just a little shift from what you were actually addressing. I remember going for just when POCSO had been introduced, this complaint had been made by a professor in one of the reputed universities, and I was asked to go there, but they had not even formed at that point of time, they hadn't even formed the internal committee and all that. So when we were talking, what I found was that she came from a background where her father was from IIT, and she did not understand the language here. He was from Kanyakumari, and not to generalize, generally people, men in Kanyakumari look down on women, okay? So both of them were fighting for the head of the department post in that university. So apparently she would set some syllabus, she would say some lab work, he would put it down. So this went on back and forth, and finally she filed the sexual harassment. So the first thing she opened her mouth and said was that there was no sexual harassment, but I've made a sexual harassment complaint. So I said, what is it that you... She said, I've been talking, I've been banging doors, I've been talking to everyone, no one was listening. So it's resorted to this. So it comes to that level also. When they feel that they are not heard, they are not understood, they do that. Sometimes, of course, as Geeta was saying, you said to embellish.
Also, people feel discrimination,
Yeah.
they feel is a form of harassment, which which they feel is sexual, but.
But there,
under
that
the
point of
law,
time.
the term sexual is different, but yes.
Yeah.
That is how the distinction.
So you could call it as misuse, but actually it was, that is why I said when you go back to listen to their history, listen to the cues, use those cues, you will be able to understand. Again, after the amendment to the Hindu Succession Act came in, women who have not filed anything came forward to file for partition. Because they said, oh, you have a right, because the law has it. But their relationship in their family was getting affected. Somebody else had told them. So all this has, I think this is like this. The pendulum has gone to one end. It has to come to the other end, only then it will come back to the middle. We are at the point where you've gone there. I'm sure we'll come back to the middle.
So then actually what you both are saying is that these matters, though they are in criminal in nature, can be mediated and make them, both the parties, including the third parties, to understand that the law is not being misused, but you need to literally look into what are their needs, what are their responsibilities, what is the responsibility of the state. That also has to be looked into, right?
Yeah, because once the criminal case of this nature is filed, there are multiple litigations there. The husband would file for divorce, the wife will file for maintenance, then there'll be a custody issue. So there'll be multiple litigations, all of which need to be resolved at some point of time. And the best way would be to do it through the mediation process.
No, see, Justice Kannan was talking about impersonation and all that. Today, there is more in cybercrime, where Geeta had a matter in which we were mediating, where, the male's photograph there was replaced by somebody else, and he was alleging that she was in an adulterous relationship with somebody. So all these things are there, and primarily you think of it as it's a criminal complaint. But then if you go into it, you listen to their narratives, listen to why they have said that. There are various things going on because, flippantly they use the camera and their phone to take some photographs, and then they tend to misuse it. So this is totally a very large field today, especially. And the greatest thing that I have problem with today is that some of the lawyers who are not responsible, I won't say all, when the father is asking for custody of the child, they tend to say that the father inappropriately touched the girl child. And I think that's very wrong. Because when the child grows up and she sees that's not the truth, how is she going to react? Or what kind of trauma she's going to undergo in the process? I had a mediation where this man had taken the child there and she was playing in the bathtub, so he changed her undergarments. And then this woman comes and says he inappropriately touched her, so I don't think that's right. So we need to educate them to say what is appropriate also.
Yeah, along with that, there's this breach of promise to marriage and rape.
Yeah, that's enough.
Rape by itself is a very, very serious offense, and there can be no mediation where there is a question of rape at all. But where there is breach of promise to marry, there's a relationship, then there is a breach of promise to marry, then there are complaints of rape that have come by, where the courts have tried to distinguish it this way or the other. But in the breach of promise to marry cases, there can be mediation. Okay, but sometimes, the complaint goes further. Like I was doing a mediation where there was a breach of promise to marry, and then of course there was a complaint of rape, and that is why the court had referred it for mediation. And in the process of mediation, we went through a long period of discussion, and finally the girl was able to see that the marriage would not work out. It was a intercaste relationship, parents were not agreeing. Of course, on a social point, we could easily say, why not? You were in a relationship with her, you should marry her.
Sure.
But that cannot be compelled. It would never work out as a marriage. And it went on for a very long time, and somehow or the other, they did come to an arrangement. But because it is a rape, you can't actually compromise it except to take it to the High Court. And this was one of those very rare cases where we did manage to resolve the issue. But this is a distinction also that comes into in a very large way, because sexuality is emerging, it's becoming different, it's getting fluid today with young people, but at the same time social norms are hard and emerging complexities come through in very different ways.
Yeah, I do have some couple of things to just discuss, but I'm leaving the floor open. I think you all must be having a lot of other questions. We have been discussing so many things. Yeah, we have some couple of questions.
So, any questions?
10 minutes.
Hello, my name is Krishna Kumar. I just want to know if any of us want to become a mediator, more out of a passion. Do we have to be a lawyer, or at any stage of life we can do that?
You have to be trained as a mediator.
So
You don't need to be a lawyer.
Okay, is there any certificate?
Yeah. There is. There are many courses. Yeah. Even in FCDR we do. There are a lot of courses also. Yeah. Today, of course, we are getting a mediation act. Until now, we did not have an act at all. So we did it under a provision under the Civil Procedure Code. Under the act, a mediation council is going to be formed, just like a medical council or a bar council. So people who are trained, and there'll be institutions for mediation, they will get empaneled in these institutions and they can do mediation. So we are looking at more, especially with the building industry or other areas, we are chartered accountants and all that. We are looking at training a lot of people so that experts will be available if we need to resolve certain disputes.
Hello, ma'am.
Now, one second. The Supreme Court started the Mediation and Conciliation Project Committee. I was part of the panel which framed the manual. We have been doing trainings throughout India, but mainly that is through the court, and that has been free, and so it is only lawyers. But now it's going to be open to everyone. That is again in dispute now, because 40 hours was what was specified earlier. When we started, we did 2.5 days, did 20 mediations in 2.5 days, but now 5 days of training. Now we have recognized that we need much more, 6 or 7 days at least, and we do a lot of practical training in that. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. I have a question. My name is Ram. So you mentioned that mediation process is confidential, right? So let's say there are two parties involved, right? One party has a good faith to save the marriage, another party has a bad faith to break up the marriage, right? Because these are the confidential information. You are just collecting the information from both the parties, listening to the allegations, right? And you are trying to mediate, right? So you are not recording the conversation. You are not writing. All you are giving the report as the mediation failed or success, right? So when somebody is coming up with allegation, right? If the other party has an evidence to prove, saying that, okay, I have evidence to say that this is a wrong thing, so in the mediation, is there a scope that where the evidence can be considered and the mediator can, collaborate with both the parties, saying that, okay, there is a scope to save this marriage, and then, further, give a report basically, right, to the honorable judge so that they can make a better decision.
Yes, saving the marriage with evidence, that's not easy. I mean, whatever evidence you have, it's a question of what the parties want. But first rule of mediation is that any evidence collected cannot be used in a court of law at all. We make that very clear. We tell the parties, whatever we discuss here, you cannot use it in a court of law. Number two is that the process of mediation that we are learning here is called facilitative mediation, where we are facilitators. We are only facilitating parties to bring them to bring the dispute to a resolution. There is another process called evaluative mediation, which we don't follow, at least not in family disputes. I mean, you could probably use the evaluative mediation like in construction dispute, etc., where, the evidence is there and you can then discuss it. But even that cannot be used in a court of law at all. This evidence, therefore, has really no relevance. That is why we tell parties that whatever you discuss, if you want to tell us something, about yourself, we will have our confidential sessions on a one-to-one basis called caucus, and you can share that with us. You can then tell us how much information can I give to the other person. So you should therefore approach the process with great trust, not with the fear that, something I say will be used against you.
To add to that, there was one philosopher called Viktor Frankl who said that the motivation of humankind is only to find and fulfill meaning. So generally we are judgmental, we are evaluative. So mediator is a little different. Mediator is not there to make a conclusion from whatever is there. See, ultimately what is truth? I believe I know something and I think this is the way it has to go. She may believe in something and she may think this is the way it has to go. Even to go from here to Madurai, I may have a different plan and you may have a different plan. So nothing is the absolute truth. What works for them? So that is why Roscoe Pound, who started the whole thing, he said this is social engineering. This is different from the others where with a minimum of damage, you get maximum gain. That was why he was. So what Geeta was trying to say is that we only get them to diagnose the problem, understand what are the alternatives they can explore, evaluate what will work for them. It's like, I can tell you, you can go and buy your shirt from Raymond's. If I get you a size 40 shirt and tell you, I got the shirt for you, will you wear it? You would like to try it on and wear it, if it suits you. That is what mediation is about. They have to find out whether it will suit them, whether they'll be comfortable with it, and then they have to move forward.
Hello, ma'am. The two quick questions. Is it like to approach a mediation, do we go to the court and then the court directs to a mediation, or can we approach the mediation directly?
Like FCDR, you can approach us directly. If you already have a case in court, you can ask for mediation.
Okay.
Now that the act will come into force, it will become institutions which will be recognized through which it can go on.
Okay, so in court, what happens is like you are demanded or you're commanded to come and appear. But in mediation, what if the other person does not appear at all or not willing to appear at all?
Both parties have to be willing to come for a conversation,
So
whether it is in court or outside.
it is mandatory that once a summon is given, they are supposed to.
Not summons. If say you are approaching me for a dispute with somebody and you have not been able to get them to come for mediation, we can send a notice, FCDR will send a notice to the other person. But after receiving it, if they don't respond, we will tell you they have not responded, we cannot do anything.
In this case, what happens is we filed a case in the court, but they are not even accepting the summon. So that's
Notice. Then you will go into publication and all that. That's a different. Yeah.
Being ethical and professional is very important in any career. What would be unprofessional, from mediator point of view? What would you deem as unprofessional or, because it comes, it's not a court situation, everything is very clear, black and white. Once you move from black and white to gray, there has to be things which are not right. In any profession, you have to keep that in mind. So what would you deem unprofessional in your job,
One, I think Uma can also add, one is that a mediator should never think of themselves as a judge, and a mediator should never think of themselves as a lawyer and start giving legal advice. It's very, very tempting sometimes for lawyers to, because you know the law, you know the problem, and you think you can give answers. And therefore, these two are the most important ethics that a mediator has to maintain. They have to put away their hats and come and sit there. It's also, some, not all, but sometimes a mediator can feel that they are in a position of power and start giving advices, start telling them what they should do. That is one. Or also start giving a legal advice and telling the other party you don't have a good case. So these things are most important to me as ethics go with reference to a mediator.
Yeah, just to add to what Geeta was saying, what she also meant was that we say the primary thing is self-determination. The parties must be able to make the decision on their own, so they must have the mental ability. Recently, I had to return a matter to court because she has some kind of a mental duress because of which she's not able to talk. Anything I ask her, she'll say, "Enga amma koopadalama, avanga varalama, ivanga varalama." But whatever I tell her, she doesn't understand, she doesn't go back to the lawyer and discuss also. So those cases are, even if I get her to a solution, it won't work, I know. So that is one thing. Conflict of interest is another. If I know one of the parties, it is better for me to tell them, I know so-and-so, or they are related to me by so-and-so. If you're still comfortable with me, we can go ahead. Otherwise, return the brief or tell them that we can't mediate. So there are various things, but mainly I think whoever agrees to mediate must have the skills and must have the patience. Unless I have skills, unless I observe them, unless I am alive to their presence, and unless I am present for whatever they are presenting, a proper mediation will not happen at all. So I must have communication skills. Though I don't need negotiation skills, I must be able to understand how to nudge them for negotiation, and I must be able to be patient with them. As Geeta was saying, often they ask us, a lot of people have said, "Enga amma madri neenga solunga." Now ammave illa. You have to make your decision. I make that very clear. It is your problem, you deal with it. I'm not going to carry your baby. So, and the feeling of I am God, I can make a decision. First, we have to keep it aside, as Geeta was saying. Primarily, I would say, have the patience to listen. Some people go on for hours also. And unless you are able to help them to vent out their emotions, they will not come, really understand their problem. They will go on talking, because how many of us feel we are victimized? How many of us, when we came back from school, had low marks, admitted that we did not study properly? We had so many reasons. Why did we do that? Because we want to be seen in a very good light. So everybody is presenting something which they think they have to show the world. It's not their real self at all. So we have to peel those layers and then go underneath to reach the real problem and help them to understand that layer.
Third has to be, knowledge of the subject.
Yeah.
Very
Domain knowledge.
important. When you're in a construction agreement, if the person doesn't have the technical knowledge, you won't know how to take it forward.
I am Dr. Chokkalingam, cardiologist. You must give a very big hand for all the three for giving this excellent work. I have been practicing cardiology for the last 59 years. And in my experience, recently I have seen one incident. 1 minute only I will take. 8 years they have been loving. Both the parents were resisting. Then ultimately they got married. 8th day they went to the court, they wanted divorce. In that process, father has a heart attack, mother on both sides had a stroke, and it creates an enormous health problem. So the human psychology is all the time. We are all living by psycho-philosophy. And to tell the truth, maximum heart attack is among police person, next to advocates, and highest one among doctors. So when you are going to deliver for the society, how come you became a victim? 8 years Chokkalingam today, I never taken even a single tablet till today. Don't stop your medicines. Okay, I got a profuse appreciation. I am a doctor for all many Supreme Court judges. So happiness only in giving, much more happiness only giving, forgiving. மகிழ்ச்சி என்பது கொடுப்பதில், அதைவிட பல மடங்கு மகிழ்ச்சி விட்டு கொடுப்பதில். அந்த விட்டு கொடுக்கின்ற சக்தி இல்லாதனால்தான் குடும்பங்கள் போது. I want to ask all three of you only one question. Out of 100 clients, what is the percentage of success in mediating? Uma?
Success, sir,
I know that. Only one, she's answering. I know that.
Personal.
One second. Practice. No, answering that question, madam. 1 minute. What is the answer for this?
Just say one line.
Lunch you can extend 1 minute, 1 minute. Lunch you can extend 1 minute.
Shobna.
Yes.
But we can't have.
I know.
I'm very sorry, we can't go for lunch beyond 1:40.
I know that. No, 1 minute.
I'll talk to you later, sir. I'll talk to you.
Okay, fine.
We'll all talk later.
So we've come to the end of this discussion now, and we're thankful to the panelists for this very insightful and informative session. What we have learned today will definitely make us opt for mediation instead of litigation in our circles of influence. I now request Mr. Retired Justice Kannan to please present the mementos to all the dignitaries on the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Chokalingam here. I acknowledge the presence of Dr. Chokalingam. Sorry about the intervention, but we need to keep our time so we can take it further with your question later at lunch. Thank you very much, sir. And now we will commence with our third session on mediating in family disputes and family business disputes. I request Chitra Gopinath to escort the distinguished panelist, Senior Advocate Mr. Murari, Advocate Chitra Narayanan, Advocate Mr. Vijay Krishnan to the dais for the conversation on mediating inheritance disputes and family business disputes. Mr. Vijay Krishnan? Mr. Vijay Krishnan, please. I think he's outside. Can we have Mr. Vijay Krishnan? If somebody can point out to Mr. Vijay Krishnan, if he's outside, if he can come into the hall. Yeah.
Mr.
Thank you so much.
Krishnan, please.
I think he's outside. Ms. Revati is bringing him in. Okay. I will start with the introduction of our senior panelist, Mr. R. Murari. He began his legal career in 1976 under the mentorship of Mr. T. Raghavan, a pioneer in corporate litigation. Over the years, he developed a significant practice in commercial litigation and corporate transactions. He has represented clients before various forums, including the Company Law Board, NCLT, DRAT, and in complex corporate disputes, specializing in insolvency, arbitration, and commercial disputes, particularly in the power sector and engineering arbitration. He has appeared in both domestic and international arbitration cases. Mr. Murari was designated as a senior counsel by Madras High Court in 2012 after over 3 decades of his distinguished practice. It's an honor for me to introduce Chitra Narayanan, co-founder of FCDR and is an alumnus of the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, and holds a master's in law and Development from University of Warwick, UK, where she was a Chevening Scholar. After practicing corporate commercial law with leading firms, she transited to independent practice and has been mediating disputes since 2005, including family, workplace, and commercial matters. Chitra is a certified mediator with the Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center at ADR Group, UK, awarded the Winston Jam Fellowship in 2017. She shadowed renowned mediators in California and New York, an author of several books including Mediation Policy and Practices. Chitra was also part of a group that drafted India's mediation legislation. She is a visiting faculty member at Sai University, NLSIU, and MNLU. I'd like to introduce our mediator today, Mr. R. Vijay Krishnan, co-founder of FCDR, a graduate of Loyola College, Chennai, and University of Madras. He enrolled as an advocate in 1969 and initially worked with the Kings and Partridge and S. Swaminathan before joining Export Credit Guarantee Corporation of India, where he held senior positions for over 20 years. After 1993, he resumed his legal practice, focusing on international trade, trade finance, and export credit insurance. His current focus is on mediation and arbitration. He is an accredited mediator with Tamil Nadu Mediation and Conciliation Center and the ADR Group, UK. He has been mediating various disputes since 2005, including civil, commercial, and matrimonial cases. Over to you, the panelists now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So we are in the third segment of today's deliberations to talk about family business disputes. And of course, there is also another subject is indicated, which I later on found, that is inheritance issues. That's a very large subject, I think, but many points concerning inheritance was talked about even in the previous sessions, but therefore we will try and concentrate on family business disputes in this session. I thought that I am going to introduce the panelists. Therefore, I had noted down many things about Mr. Murari, as well as Chitra, of course, whom I know very well, being my own colleague in FCDR. But one or two things they didn't tell about her, that she is traveling most of the time, either on work or elsewhere on leisure and so on. And as far as family business disputes are concerned, one has to examine, I suppose, what are the main causes for family business disputes. The second point would be, these are broad areas, how to reduce, if not prevent, family business disputes. Third, when family business disputes do arise, how do we resolve them? And most importantly, what's the role of mediation in resolving family disputes, family business disputes? So in this context, the first thing is I would like to ask Mr. Murari as to his experience in dealing with family business disputes and what are the causes for, essential causes for family business disputes.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Krishnan. I have to start by saying I'm slightly overwhelmed by the presence of Justice Kannan and all the expert mediators here. I can assure you that both my knowledge and experience in mediation is far less than all of them. So you'll pardon me if for this lack of knowledge, but coming to this causes for family business disputes, they're different from the mere cause for a business dispute. Because if it's a business dispute between two unrelated persons, it is basically on the question of the Green Revolution, namely the money which they would make. And you know where exactly the point is, and that's the point that you will hit. Now, but when it comes to a family business dispute, there is something more than a pure business dispute because it stretches into the family. Of course, it merges and mingles with the business disputes as well. If you look at a family business per se, you'll find that there are three segments. One is a sole proprietorship where one member of the family runs it. Nobody else has anything to do with it. The second is a partnership firm when only family members are partners. And third is a small private limited company where the family decides that instead of a structure of a partnership firm, let me have the structure of a company to avail its advantages and also probably its disadvantages as well. Now, if you start with a sole proprietorship, there is unlikely to be any big dispute till the person who runs it passes away. And the question of succession comes in. Because then the question is, who is to succeed to that business? And that is where the problems arise. Because everybody feels that they are the rightful heir to that business because in some way they may have directly or indirectly contributed to that business. The more common area where business disputes arise are in, sorry? Oh, you can. Okay. Sorry, I'm so sorry. The more common area in which a business dispute would arise is in a partnership firm, because there you will find that there are, say, 4 partners, 2 families divided equally, or 4 families having 1 partner each. And basically what happens is the family disputes arise, if you're looking at it from a business perspective, when there is an exponential growth of the business. If the partnership firm is making a loss, nobody wants to have a dispute. But when you find that it's growing and profits are going, everybody wants a lion's share in that profit. The second thing is that if the partnership firm by chance owns some land which has grown in value, then you'll also find that everybody wants to get hold of that land. And that's where the basic disputes arise. I'll come to what will be an extraneous factor for this, but purely from the business perspective, in the case of a partnership firm, it's either the growth of the business or what is also common is the exclusion of one or more partners from the management of the business. Because in a partnership firm, you'll find there are active partners and there are sleeping partners as well. All of them will take the share of profits equally, and somebody will say, I'm doing the lion's share of work. I brought this firm to this thing. Why should this person share equally? And that's where a dispute could arise. The third thing is in a private limited company, which is nothing but an alter ego of a partnership firm. It's what are called quasi-partnerships, where again, the issues arise in relation to the growth of the business and the increase in the land value. What people do in a company as distinct from a partnership firm is that they try to remove 1 or 2 directors by the process of using their shareholding or increasing their own shareholding to exclude the other directors so that they get a lion's share of the profits of the business or the greater share in the land value as when it's sold. So these are the business realities insofar as disputes are concerned. There are many others, but these are most common. Coming to the extraneous factors, it could be a pure dispute within the family. For example, I know a case where a wife of one of the directors was not given due importance at a family wedding, and that snowballed into a family dispute which affected the whole group, which is a very large group. And therefore, it could be something as simple as an ego issue within the family, saying, I should be given importance, you should be given importance, which could create this dispute, and it will snowball into hitting the business because what is in the family extends to the business as well. These are the most common causes.
Yeah, from what you say, it would appear that any family fissure in, let us say, in family relationship can have its impact on the business also. Or any differences in running the show or whatever in managing the show in the business can also conversely can affect the family relationship also.
Absolutely right, because in a family business dispute, it's not a pure business dispute, but something which extends the family as well. And the hierarchy in the family also determines sometimes the creation of such disputes.
Can it be also be said that the generational difference, the ideas of the past people, the older generation and the present generation in managing the business or doing the expansion or whatever, that also can have a...
Yes, it has a very real impact because you'll find that the father has been running business, running it successfully for the last 30 years. Then the sons or the grandsons come in, they say, I need to computerize this, I need to modernize this, I need to spend this money. And he says, no, I've run it profitably for the last 30 years, why should you change it? These people say that's the old way of doing the business. This is the new way, our profits will increase multifold and therefore this is the way we'll do it. And this is where disputes arise because you'll find that why should I listen to my grandson? And the grandson will say, well, this grandfather has passed it, why should we listen to him? That could also create this.
That's why Dr. Johnson famously said that why the difference is always a difference between the father and the son. They are not able to see eye to eye on anything. He said that the simple answer is because the father represents power, whereas the son represents freedom.
Okay. That's it.
Then the next point, therefore, Tolstoy famously described a family as a unit which consists of men, women, children, occasional pet, and common cold. Maybe we should also add disputes, occasional disputes, as a part of this definition. So a family means there can be disputes, particularly because of a variety of factors, generational and otherwise. And a business means in every business there's a risk. And one of the risks should be also the risk of dispute, I suppose we should add.
Absolutely.
So we are coming to business, family business risk by disputes. So how to prevent them? The next question is how to mitigate, how to prevent, if not totally reduce, if not prevent business disputes.
Prevention, sorry? Nothing. Oh, sorry. Oh. Well,
we have decided to approach this subject in our own way. That is why. She will come at the right time now.
Prevention is something that's very difficult because of the various factors, some of which are not preventable at all, however much you may try. Generally what happens is, as long as there is a head of the family alive, who's also in some way involved in the business, the next generation are not willing to actually create a dispute because of the presence of such person. They don't want to offend the elder. They have respect for the elder, which is still good. That respect we still continue to have, and therefore the disputes don't really emerge fully at that stage. But once he passes away and there's a scramble amongst various people who are of the same generation, that's when disputes arise. Prevention of that dispute is very difficult unless even at that stage some expert mediator like Justice Kannan or Chitra or yourself are willing to get into the act and talk sense into them, saying what is going to be a cost of a business dispute, how it's going to affect the business, because it affects the business in two ways. One is it affects actually the running of the business. Secondly, it affects the relationship between the family because they tend to split. The entire family becomes what they call, they're separated. They don't even talk to each other. So unless that is done, prevention is difficult. Mitigation is possible only if at that point of time somebody knocks some sense into them. Generally what happens in all of this is they end up fighting because of the very, very strong emotions they have when a dispute arises. They end up fighting. At some point of time, they exhaust themselves fighting and say, now let's look at a solution. So that's the time at which actually a solution can be approached, because by the time the egos are gone, they've realized that they burnt a lot of money, and now they should be looking at, and the business is going down, the family relationships are going down, and now we're sick of fighting, nothing is happening, 10 years we've been in court. Now, let's look at a solution. That could be one way of doing it. I'm not saying a mediation should wait that long, but that's the reality of the situation.
So coming to this, the whole theme of today's deliberations is about mediation, the role of mediation. So definitely mediation has a role to play even in resolving family business disputes. So I would like to ask Chitra as to what your views are on this, generally about the efficacy of mediation in family business disputes, and even in particular whether it can be also used in preventing family business disputes.
Thank you. I would say mediation is particularly suited to resolve family disputes. So picking up from what Mr. Murari was saying about the nature of family business disputes, these are disputes where you have sometimes a formal structure, like he was talking about, like a company or a partnership, and you have a legal framework that decides what the rights and obligations between these persons in a partnership or a company are. Who controls, who owns, who manages, who participates. Now, superimposed on this formal structure, you have family relationships. And in these family relationships, you have hierarchies that Mr. Murari was talking about. You have love, you have care, you have anger, you have respect, you have a certain value system. And, it is this huge melting pot that you have, which is the family business. And how is mediation useful here? I want to talk a little bit about the mediation process to clarify what happens in mediation. So a mediation, unlike an arbitration, unlike litigation, is a process where you have someone who's unconnected, who is not invested in the issues or the people or the outcome of the dispute, helping the persons who have a dispute to talk about their problems, talk about their issues, and to try and find a solution or a settlement to these issues. That is the process of mediation. To spend a few minutes, if I can, on how this process goes. It's not some informal discussion. No, that's not what mediation is. Mediation is a very structured process which has a certain process flow. And there are various stages in this mediation process. And each stage has an objective, has a purpose. The mediator starts with sitting and talking to the parties about what the mediation means. And this is important because you tell the persons, look, this is what you can expect in this process. These are your rights in the mediation process. One of which is confidentiality, which I will talk about a little more later, which is so important in family business disputes, that you are able to resolve your disputes confidentially without the world knowing about it, without your business being affected because there is a disturbance in the persons who own, control, or manage the business. The second is that this process is voluntary. Again, this aspect is very important in resolving family business disputes because people come to this not because they have been summoned to the court, not because they've been summoned before an arbitrator, but they come there willingly. Let us talk, let us see what we are able to do about resolving this dispute. So once these aspects are explained to the parties to the dispute, they have some clarity on what they can expect in this mediation process. The mediation process continues by each person talking about what the problem is, what the issue is, sharing it with each other. So I listen to your perspective of what the problem is. I listen to your perspective of what the issue is. And they then move on to the next stage where they talk in greater detail, answer questions, doubts, disagreements that the other person may have raised while they were listening to your rendition or narrative of what the problem is. And then with this, the mediator helps them identify, okay, what are the issues? What are the problems that we think we need to resolve now or try and settle? Once these issues are identified and everyone agrees, yeah, these are the problems that we think we need to work out in this mediation, they go on to setting out an agenda on how they will discuss these problems and talking about, so until now, we've had people talking about what the problems are. And when I say talking about what the problems are, they're also talking not just about this is the problem, but a venting of their emotion, their expectations, their hopes, their anger, their sense of mistrust. And all this has a cathartic effect. So emotions, like you heard in the first panel, Justice Bharatha Charkravathy and Justice Kannan talked about the importance of emotions. This is a venting process. This helps you sort of
talk about what was important to you in this relationship, what was important to you about how certain things were done in the business. We talked about inequities that have taken place. We talk about hierarchies in the relationship and in the business. We talk about patriarchy. A lot of us women are excluded from our businesses simply because we've been told, oh, you belong to that other family because you married out, you are in that other family. We are told that your job is taking care of us, nurturing us, and our job is not being a part of the business, right? So this is a space where you're able to express these expectations, these dashed hopes, ageism, gender. You know, these are spaces, safe spaces, because they're confidential spaces, where you're able to express this, show your emotion, right? And this makes the other person understand what your perspective is, what you have been going through, what is important to you, what has been lost in the running of the business in a particular way. The mediation then goes on to the parties looking at options in which they think they can resolve the dispute. Now, these are options that are spoken about by the persons, not by the mediator. Mediator has a limited role. Mediator only facilitates these conversations. Sometimes even bringing persons who have problems with each other to the same table, to the same room, is something that they would not have contemplated, but this is what the mediator enables, the mediation process enables. The parties then talk about what their options are, what their expectations are on how problems can be resolved. And these are discussed in greater detail, and hopefully and often they're able to come to a common zone of, yes, we think this is how it can be resolved, and they resolve this dispute. So I want to talk about a family business dispute that Vijay and I had mediated. This was in a tier 2 city in Tamil Nadu. The family consisted of 2 brothers. The business had been started by their parents, and it was a garments business. And one brother, it was a partnership. One brother had taken a lot of loans, had participated in certain transactions which had not turned out to be bad. This was the older brother. The younger brother wanted now to, dissolve the partnership, partition the business, and for the younger brother to carry on the business by himself, and the older brother and his family to carry on another part of the business. Now, one way would have been to go to court, but while court expects very neat categories of, yes, this is your cause of action, now you're entitled to come to the court, mediation does not mean that. So, if this younger brother was to take this case to the court, the older brother had not been declared insolvent where you have a right to take this to the court. Maybe things in the business had not ripened to such a situation where there was a case to be taken to court. And so the younger brother thought mediation would be a good way in which to resolve this dispute. The younger brother did not want to take the older brother to court because of respect, because of love that he had for the older brother. The older brother had taken certain business decisions that he did not agree with, but that did not slice their relationship into, you are bad, you are blameworthy, I am blameless, I will have nothing to do with you. So mediation helped these brothers to mediate the sort of a way in which we keep the relationship alive, we don't disrespect each other, we don't take our dispute to the court where it becomes public and in a small town affects our reputation. We do this quietly, confidentially, and collaboratively. We cooperate to see how we can resolve. This is what I expect, what you think we can do about this. And so they opted for mediation. The older brother saw the value in mediation, and we conducted the mediation. So the points to be learned from here are, in a family business dispute, there is a problem, but there is also love. There is a problem, a disagreement, but there is also respect. And this is a process which enables you to take all of this messy pot that we call the family business dispute, and to talk about it and try and resolve. So in terms of process, there are advantages. In terms of outcomes as well, there are advantages. And when I say in terms of outcome, there are advantages, you are able to fashion a settlement that you think will work best for you. There's no one telling you, this is our decision. You decide how you want to find a resolution or a settlement or a solution to the problem that you have. So to take another dispute, for instance, or to take another example, There was a dispute, there was a family which had an automotive business that had diversified into other areas. The older brother took charge of the business together with the father. The younger brother was more artistically inclined. The sister had been married and sent out of the family. And I use the word very carefully, sent out of the family, because the notions that the brothers carried was that you're not part of this family, you're there. So don't ask for anything. That is your family, right? So you find a clash now. The younger brother and the sister want a share in the business, but the older brother has controlled it, has managed it, has grown it. Now, if you look at inheritance laws, because it was family property that was used to build this business, the three of them could well, say that I am entitled to 1/3 of this business. But the older brother is resentful of this and does not want to concede this, because the say 20 crore business, which is now 1,000 crore business, has grown that much because of the efforts of this brother. In the court, and in terms of laws which have very narrow sort of approaches to how a dispute can be resolved, you may not find an optimal solution on what the decision to this can be. But in mediation, you are able to sort of talk about expectations, talk about what has been done so far, and therefore could we arrive at a settlement that could take into account what the oldest brother had done so far versus the entitlement of the younger brother and sister under the inheritance laws. These are some things that you can talk about and try and fashion a settlement that takes both aspects into account.
Would you like to add? Yeah, you've covered a lot of ground on this. Particularly is interesting the fact that why mediation is the most suitable for family business disputes is because the whole thing is confidential. That confidentiality is maintained in the mediation process. It is a confidentiality that gives them the confidence that whatever is said in mediation is not going outside. So as far as they are concerned, they are insulated from other public, anybody knowing about whatever the problems that the family faces. That is a very important, I think, facet which must be taken into account. And not only that, of course, it is also a quicker way to resolve one's dispute. Mediation is a swifter process, unlike litigation, which can take years and years, as we know. And also cost effective as well. This is also an important element. Cost effective mediation is, unlike nowadays, if you go to Supreme Court, I don't know what will happen to our bank balance. There is a situation. So this is what it is. And at the same time, all family related matters is just on emotions of various kinds. There is ego involved in it. And then when we go for the litigation route, many times, maybe if the right lawyers will advise you to settle the matter by compromising, even a little bit of give and take and so on. But there may be other lawyers who will say, no, don't worry, you've got a very good case. And that makes the person think like that, no, we'll go up to the Supreme Court, nothing will happen. So this sort of an attitude also may be there. But ultimately, mediation is the most appropriate method for resolving any type of dispute. And particularly in the case of family business disputes, it's most suitable. From what you say, I get that impression. It is the most suitable way in which one can resolve one's... and another thing is that you can suit your own, you can resolve it in a manner it suits your circumstance. Your own individual circumstance, it can suit. And that is also another advantage in pursuing the mediation as a method for resolving one's dispute. Now, inheritance, in this we have covered a lot this, even though we are also supposed to, in our topic is given by the organizers as inheritance issues, but it's a very vast field. In everything there is a problem. Inheritance is an issue. That is why thousands of cases are in the courts now. I don't know how many cases are there, but a large number of cases, because every other day one gets a case on partition and other things. That is, I don't think you can blame the people for it. You have to blame the rising land prices for it over the years. Because what happens is that the land prices are shooting up so much. In the olden days, people were married, girls were married off and they went to the other families. Generally, the male descendants, they inherited the property, though they prepared property. Whereas, suppose suddenly then they realize that the husband or the daughter feels, no, why are we are not getting anything out of this. So there is a matter in the court. And then I mediated a case in which the marriage had happened long ago. So they had given jewelry, etc. to the girl as per the custom. But then they ultimately found that the property was on Waltax Road near the railway central station. It's a very valuable property. So then the case had come to the court, it came for mediation. But ultimately then luckily it was agreed that they will sell the property and they'll share the proceeds equally. That was ultimately the result came about. But it so happened that the brother also insisted that whatever jewelry he had been given, that also should be valued in today's value, and he should get 50% of that. So that also happens, because you can't help it. When you are so particular about your rights, then the other person also will insist upon something like that. So many cases we are seeing in the courts, also mediation, we are getting such cases where this is a problem. Once upon a time, certain other values prevail today because of the money, and it's whatever money can do and cannot do. This is another issue. Any other point, Ms. Murad?
Just one other point. Before, in fact, even the Mediation Act came into force, you had the Companies Act 2013. Under the Companies Act 1956, it provided for people litigating forever. Now, when the 2013 Act came into force, Section 442 has been added, giving power to either the central government or the tribunal, which in this case is the National Company Law Tribunal, before which disputes arise, to mediate or to refer the matter to mediation. In the sense that what happens is either both parties can ask the tribunal to refer them to mediation, or the tribunal could of its own accord saying, no, this is appropriate case, please try mediation. In which case a Mediation Act will apply, mediation will happen under that act. But this is a very, very positive aspect, because it's now recognized that in companies like this, especially family companies, which are most commonly fighting before the National Company Law Tribunal because of shareholder disputes. You have taken away my shares, you removed me as a director. They said, go back, try to mediate. If you don't find a solution, come back to us. So that's one positive aspect that has come in by the Companies Act 2013.
You are actively practicing in the NCLT and NCALT and all that, where it is also a very fertile field for mediation, as I look at it, in the sense that so many cases where people are, where there is scope for mediation to resolve these problems. But I do not know today to what extent you feel that the mediation is being used in this. What is your view on that?
See, there are two aspects for the National Company Law Tribunal. One is the Companies Act issue. Possibly mediation not being used to the extent to which it should be used. The other is what is called the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, which is now locking up most of the time of the NCLT, which they don't have time for Companies Act issues because they're doing this. And now the IBBI, which controls this, is actively looking at coming with a structure for mediation for these disputes. You have two kinds of disputes. One is by a what I call a financial creditor filing a case for resolution or insolvency, etc., where I think the scope for mediation is a little limited because it's a structured thing. If there's a debt and there's a default, it goes through the process. The only question can be whether he's willing to take payment in installments, etc. But the other kind of cases which are in relation to an operational creditor who has either supplied goods or supplied services to a company who now moves the National Company Law Tribunal saying, I have to get this payment. The scope for mediation is vast, because this is something that can actually be settled by the creditor giving up a portion of his claim, by the company agreeing to pay it in installments, etc., which can happen through a mediation rather than going through the whole process of the company going to liquidation, its assets being sold, and ultimately how much you will recover. And you'll find, if you look at the statistics, that almost all the banks have taken a haircut. They've lost at least 75-80% of the debt because they went through the process. Rather, if there's a mediation and people are given time, it could be a very positive thing, and the IBBI is positively looking at bringing a mediation mechanism, probably under the Mediation Act, to resolve these disputes.
It's a very heartening development if it should happen, because so far our experience is that though there is an immense possibility, particularly as you said in the case of supply contracts and all that, where they are also before the NCLT, somehow or other mediation has not been tried, though we are all actually empaneled in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. But nothing happened out of it. I hope something will happen in the days to come. Any other point which you think that we should cover?
Just to talk about prevention of disputes through mediation.
Yes.
You know, you have a difference of opinion and you feel uncomfortable about a certain situation, that prevails in the family business dispute. You don't need to let it fester. You don't need to let it ripen into a huge full-fledged dispute that is going to destabilize the business. You can ask for mediation and ask for this difference to be discussed with the help of a third person and, to be resolved. There are advantages to having mediation over a negotiation. You may hesitate, for instance, to bring up something because you respect that person so much, or this is your parent who has cared for you, brought you to this place where you are. And so you don't want to directly, bring up all these issues. You can take the help of a mediator because this person is a person who is disinterested in what your problems are and can help to allow this conversation to go respectfully, and the mediator is a person who keeps you in the discussion. This is the responsibility of the mediator. And having a third person who, is not a family member, who has nothing to do with this dispute, helps the parties to actually articulate and talk more respectfully and in a sustained way about what the problems are that they want to resolve. So rather than let it escalate, you can, use a mediator to even nip this difference of opinion or disagreement in the bud. The other situation where I think you can use mediation is for succession planning. There are new generations of children coming into the business. The business is diversified. How do we do this equitably? How do we do this in a way where we're able to discuss with everybody and see what their aspirations are for the business, what their, talent is, where they would be interested in, being involved in this business. Talk about it, plan this with the help of a mediator again. It's not only to resolve disputes, it's also to prevent and manage disputes. So that's the other area where you can use mediation to prevent disputes.
Oh, yeah. So, on the whole, I think it is proper to say that mediation has a wonderful role to play for solving the family business disputes. I think we can open it for a few questions now, so that because lunch is, I think...
We don't want to become unpopular by standing between them and the lunch.
Take only 3 questions.
Oh.
I am V.K. Swami, sir. I got a passion for spirituality. And what is the role of spirituality in preventing family disputes? It will neutralize the disputes to the large extent, particularly in family. What is your comment on that?
It's a very difficult question to answer because it's possible that some members of the family are spiritual while the others are not. So, if all of them had the same level of spirituality, yes, there could be a spiritual leader who could prevail on the parties to mediate. But if some believe in that spiritual leader and some don't believe in spirituality at all, I see only a limited role that I can play. I mean, it depends on the family structure, basically.
But if you, what do you mean by spirituality? It can bring about some equanimity of mind. I think it will help that way. Tolerance. Yeah. Please.
Never do that. So a mediator always recognizes the dispute of what is a big thing for them is big. So never try to philosophize and tell them it's too small. Should you not be settling it amongst yourself? They have after all come for settlement. They don't know how to do it. That conversation is hard. A mediator helps those hard conversations. The spirituality of what you're talking about ought not to be understood as making possible that disputes will not exist in life. There is a higher being, you connect to it. That will not be done. That they're all normal beings who arrive there, and for them, the answer is confronting the problems and securing to them a solution which will work. That's the way we.
Great.
Sir, my name is Venkatesan. My question is about two people come to the table for a discussion, for a mediation, and you also arrive at a solution and they sign on those papers. How do we ensure that this is the final word? It so happens that someone goes back and starts again raising that query or raising a dispute again. How do we handle such kind of situation, sir?
Sir, in terms of the Mediation Act,
In terms of, I'm saying I'm one of the party, there's another party.
No, I understand that. But what happens if they back?
If they back out.
Yeah, backtrack or
Yeah,
whatever. No, the
backtrack.
point is that it is supposed to be final. Once they have agreed to unsettle the thing, in all likelihood it won't happen. 90%, 99% when they have themselves have gone through the whole thing and they have agreed to a particular outcome, they are likely not to do that. But there could be some serious issues could be there. But in terms of the Mediation Act which is going to be there, this will have the effect of a decree actually. This will, whatever you are, so it is enforceable in law in that sense of the term. But only in some rare cases of fraud or some such exceptions are there, otherwise it is enforceable. Though she has said this is a last question, we are into business of compromising. One or two questions we don't mind allowing.
Is there any more questions?
Somebody who has a lot of patience will be willing to sit through it. Doesn't have to be an advocate who have short of patience. Anybody who has a lot of patience.
Yeah, you must be able to listen to the other person. That is the main thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We have come to the end of this discussion now, and we are very thankful to the panelists for the very insightful and informative session. With the newfound knowledge we have gained in this session, we certainly make wiser decisions in our spheres of influence vis-a-vis property and business disputes in the family. May I request Ms. Pushya Sitaraman to felicitate our speakers today, the panelists. Pushya Sitaraman, Senior Advocate, Mediator, FCDR. Will facilitate Mr. Senior Advocate, Ms. Murari. Advocate Chitra Narayanan. And Mr. Vijay Krishnan. Can we come to the center for a picture together? Thank you. Meanwhile, may I announce that we break for lunch now and we will rejoin here by 2:15. 30 minutes, a quick lunch. The sessions have been long, but if you can make a quick lunch and get back by 2:15. Thank you so much.
Excuse me.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. With this session, actually, the FCDR, what Pushya and her colleagues of FCDR have put together is over. So it's only appropriate to thank them for the fabulous session they have given us, and to thank the two justices and all the panelists that Mr. Murari and all the panelists that Geeta Ramseshan, besides the FCDR's own people. Thank you so very much on behalf of the flow, on behalf of Jagriti also.
Welcome all. Good afternoon. I'm sure all of you heard the bell go. That's a sign to quickly run in. Thank you very much. Can I request everybody to kindly be seated and call the others from the outside, please? I'm sure many of you will feel I'll do good without the mic, but nonetheless, I'm going to stay here. Thank you very much. That's why it's called the military way, and group captain is right there seated, which means it's time to start. We're just going to give about 15 seconds to make sure that everybody comes in, please. Can I have some of the volunteers or some of our members who can quickly call those who are outside to come in, please? I'm going to request again that we have everybody listening to those who are going to be here on the podium. Thank you very much. There's a serious bunch out here, and there's something called as our lovely mobile phones, and it's after lunch. Can I request all of you to kindly mute your phones? I'm sure it may ring suddenly, just in case. Thank you very much. We always have a saying, right? Oliver Twist said, give me more. After this morning session, you surely did want more. And it's perfect that we're here for lunch, after lunch. This clearly states, this afternoon session is something which not too many people would dare to have on a panel. This is something we talk about, and I would like to thank all the organizers, MMA, because I'm part of both, so I belong to both the families. Jagrathi, thank you very much, Ms. Shobna Reddy, because I think this particular session, as you can read it once and see, and let me see how your faces go. There's something very interesting. Unmasking narcissism. This is a word which we never spoke earlier, but today that is the new age word. Everybody would like to know, what does it mean? How do we define and where do we take it forward? I'm indeed honored to be in the gathering with such eminent professional subject matter experts. So that's where Divine connects the dot, and I'm here. Thank you so much, especially in front of Justice. This session we have 4 eminent speakers, and I'm going to request the legal initiative heads over here, Chitra and Naina, who will bring them up to the podium. While we are doing all that, I'm going to make sure that we keep to time. You can wave out without yelling to say if you think it's going overboard, but I can promise you this will be a very, very engaging session. I tried very hard to get a lot of high impact adjectives for all these lovely people. So I'm going to start reading as they come up. Visionary Ajay Singh, co-founder of Jagrathi Foundation. He's an independent advocate with expertise in civil law, arbitration, and more. A champion for justice since 2014. He has assisted in high-profile cases and has spread legal awareness across Chennai. I'm sure the names are right there. Eminent advocate Varalakshmi Rajkumar, a legal luminary with 37 plus years of experience, specializes in various legal domains. Her career highlights serving as a public prosecutor for the Mahila Court and achieving notable successes in high-profile cases. She has also represented esteemed figures, so leaving the names out, and currently serves as the counsel for the Tamil Nadu Real Estate Regulatory Authority. Thank you for being here, ma'am.
renowned Dr. Sabiha Sultana. Very interesting. A renowned clinical neuropsychologist. Just listen to that. With 30 plus years of experience, she's a leader in mental health well-being. Her expertise spans leadership assessment, coaching, neuropsychological assessment. She holds a doctorate and postdoctoral fellowship from the University of London. We come to the next very important person, influential Nandini Raman, a multifaceted professional. She's a consultant, counselor. There's so much more to her. She's also a hypnotherapist and a corporate trainer with a deep understanding of mental well-being and conflict resolution. As a columnist for The Hindu and co-author of Parenting Manual, she has proven track record of reaching out to diverse audience. I think we can give them a round of applause before they go up. That's also to make sure that you're all keeping awake for this absolutely engaging session, after which, depending on the time, we will definitely have question and answer session. With that, the mementos and all that, I'm going to wait. Remember, we do have few things to follow after the session. May I request all of you to play attention with your phones turned off. Once again, a very nice reminder. Thank you very much. And may I now request you all to take it forward from there. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jyoti. She has been always very enthusiastic as a giving introduction. Now, to set the tone of this session, I would like to ask you some thought-provoking questions. How often do you wonder about the behavior of people around you, and how often you wonder that how can people around you be so inconsiderate of your problems? There may be a situation of communication gap. It may bother you. People don't communicate within family also. We have seen that. And these problems may escalate into legal battles. So mediation has been covered well. The root cause of these problems lies in the psychological factors. So we have a panel who will inform us about these factors. So my first question to Ms. Nandini Ramanji is, we know that there are conflicts that result into legal battle, and we have discussed the solutions. But what, according to you, are the psychological factors which leads to such conflict?
Thank you, Ajayji. I think we all agree that even before conflicts or even before the previous, panel discussions use the word disputes start and form, I think family is a very, very integral part of a growing up experience, right? And a lot can be going on, or a lot does go on in families. And I'm not talking of, fabricated, fictional families. I'm talking of families that you and I belong to. You could have complete breakdown in communication, like you rightly said. You could have a lot of unmet expectations of family members. You could have different dyads between, the husband, wife, the father, daughter, mother, son, mother-in-law, and the daughter-in-law, our all-time favorite. And so many other, factors that actually impact the overall well-being. And when we talk of emotions, when we talk of, feelings, when we talk of what is actually going on in that home, what is the experience for that individual, right? Coupled with that, there is so much. There is so much in terms of, do they have mental health issues? Is there a personality disorder? Is there a condition that the individual is experiencing? Is there depression? Is there something that they're going through? How does the child develop the sense of self-esteem? Does he, she, they, them today, do they feel heard? Do they feel validated, right? And all these experience, I think sum total of all of this can kind of put them in a good sense of space where they feel myself esteem or my self-concept is solid, and I have enough resilience to be able to deal with all the problems that life throws at me or any kind of adversity. Sometimes they're just not able to navigate and maneuver. And a lot of times it's also about addictions. It could be about, financial difficulties. It could be just overall stress. It could be just two people who are very good individuals but not able to get along in a marriage, or very good with each other but not able to take care of parenting. Okay, and today you have different cultures, different religions, and all permutation combinations, and it is just so conflicting for the child to grow up in an environment like that. So these are just some of the, top of the causes, psychological causes that I can think of, but I think also very often what is your own purpose? And many a times we feel that, we see in our practice also that people don't really feel that they're living fulfilling lives. They don't make a difference. It's not purposeful. And then again, there's a lot of conflict in terms of who am I and what am I doing? You have women at, the age of 40, 45 saying, been there, done that. I don't have anything to show for my life. I have 2 children. I'm married 20 years, 25 years, but I can't recognize myself, Some want out, some are not able to even articulate or understand or communicate what is actually going on, what is the distress that they are actually experiencing. And all of this is, sometimes reasonably fixable if the client is motivated to kind of go deeper and work on themselves and figure it out. But many a times they are actually looking for legal solutions. Maybe sometimes they are actually looking, to walk out or actually find some kind of, not justice, but some kind of solution to their aches and pains. Yeah.
Dr. Sabiha ji is with us and she has extensive experience in treating patients with psychological disorders. So ma'am, could you share some real life examples from your clinical practice to demonstrate more what Ms. Nandini just said?
Certainly, at the outset, I really appreciate the organizers for bringing about this topic. You spoke about mediation in the morning, and then mediation happens wherever there is a conflict, and conflict happens whenever there is clash between personalities, right? And of course, in my clinical practice, I've seen several instances where people end up in conflicts within families because of core personality issues, where one partner can be very controlling. For instance, I have this instance of a family who've been, the couple has been married for several years. They have 2 grown-up children. One boy who's already working and another girl who's into college. But the family itself was so dysfunctional that with a very, very controlling husband who had almost features where, he wanted to have full control over the wife and the family, and gaslighting the wife, and doing what you call a, stonewalling the wife, not giving her opportunity to voice her opinion. So the family actually went through a very, very difficult time, and it did not stop there because the relationship was a very, very emotionally, physically abusive relationship, which impacted the children's personalities. The boy grew up to be a high degree introvert, was not able to interact and adjust with his environment appropriately enough. Unfortunately, the girl got into true psychiatric problems. It can have a very, very, disastrous impact whenever there is a conflict-like situation because of individual differences in personality.
So we have understood that there are psychological factors which impact personality of children also. Now, I will ask Advocate Varalakshmi ji that when these psychological problems escalate to such a point that they have to go to the court, So how does the court address such problems which involve personal conflicts? And are these psychological factors recognized under the law?
Good afternoon to all. Personal conflicts fall under the wide ambit of cruelty. So courts as such, they don't have any distinct to recognize personal conflicts. All these conflicts fall under cruelty. So unlike the doctors, we don't see the underlying factors or how to rectify these situations and things like that. We look at the grievance of the person who approaches the court and what is the kind of relief under law that we can give to such a person. That is one. Now, cruelty can be mental, physical, sometimes psychological and mental are the same, and verbal and also financial these days. So this cruelty is a solid ground for divorce. But unless you prove it, it is difficult. So if you do not prove these personal conflicts in whatever way the courts require them to be proved, they will be only looked into as ego issues. So personal conflicts as such will widely definitely fall under cruelty. And cruelty is a ground for divorce. That is the...
Okay, so Dr. Sabiha ji, I will ask you some questions in sequence because they will, help our audiences to understand the root cause and how it is cured. So when we talk about psychological factors, one thing often remains unnoticed and not much discussed is narcissism. So for our audience, for me also, what is narcissism at the first place?
For this, I think all of us understand that each of us have unique personalities. We are defined by certain individual characteristics and traits, which kind of reflect on how we act, think, and behave, right? So one such personality type, without getting into the other personality types, one personality type that you're talking about is narcissistic personality, where they are defined by certain unique characteristics, where the individual has a very, very inflated sense of sense, where he believes he's the best. He has a sense of entitlement, where he thinks that, he should be the best. He should have everything first. Tends to be quite arrogant, controlling, manipulative, right? So this is a type of a person who has a narcissistic kind of a personality who likes to have all control. As it is, as you hear me, you can understand that it is quite difficult, to navigate such a kind of a personality in our daily lives. If we have a person who's has almost grandiose beliefs, who wants to put you down all the time, who's highly critical, then you can imagine it's going to be a very, very difficult situation to be in. But when we come to a disorder, okay, then that's one step beyond. That means that the person has his personality characteristics set in such a way that they make him dysfunctional. So, crossing the limit from what is acceptable, we all have norms to function in, right? There's some expectation that we all have, but a narcissistic personality disorder is somebody, who is dysfunctional. He does not have insight. He's not aware of that he's making a mistake, that there are many things that he is at fault at. So then it becomes a disorder, and then that is also recognized as a kind of a mental disorder according to our diagnostic statistical manual, the DSM-5, which is our go-to Bible, so for diagnosis. So that then it will categorize under that.
So what are the early symptoms? So, if you want to, because you said it has to be recognized whether it has qualified to be a disorder.
Yeah.
Can it be recognized at the early stage?
As I said, these are set personality characteristics. Now, when these set personality characteristics start impacting a relationship, when there is excessive control, when it is impacting the harmony and, of the household, and which is putting the other person, also at an emotional distress. As I mentioned, earlier the case about the gentleman who had so much of control over his wife. When he would take his wife out to social gatherings, he is very proud of her because she's a very beautiful looking lady. But at home, he's completely different. He's completely different, and he is, this sense of entitlement that you are my prized possession. Okay. So, very difficult to actually demarcate when a narcissistic personality will convert into a disorder. But then when it becomes really dysfunctional and if it starts hampering the quality of relationship and the mental peace and harmony of the home, then I think that would be a case of concern.
If I may add, I think it's also, the early signs are the client, if I may call him that, will completely love bombard to start the relationship. And this other person is so smitten and actually believes like, yeah, of course he loves me and, he buys me these expensive gifts and it's all great. To the point where this completely functional partner becomes dysfunctional, and how they manipulate. So it's as simple as if I'm having a good time here, I'm going to be so guilty that, oh my God, is he all right? Should I call and check on him? Because I'm just not supposed to do anything on my own where I don't feel good about myself. That is a level of control where your life becomes so dysfunctional because you're not able to do anything. And maybe previously you've actually been somebody who's been very, very accomplished. You've been doing very well. You've been very successful. And suddenly all of that just dissipates into this person who has negative self-esteem, who is, now probably also clinically depressed, does not know how to deal with, is angry, so much. And that is when, you can just see that, okay, I don't know what is happening, but I just don't feel good about myself. Something in my life is a mess. So it's really difficult to live with a person like that, right? Yeah. But I also want to say something. I really don't know if we have normal family systems anymore. I think, I don't want to generalize and make a statement, but I think there are more dysfunctional families out there than functional families. And that is something not because we just see that in our work, but I think that is really indicative of the society that we live in.
So once it is diagnosed that it is a disorder, it has reached a stage of disorder, can it be cured completely? And can a narcissist person change his behavior?
That is a very, very challenging question because we know that in order to change, there should be a will. And if you already believe that you do not have any problem and that you are the best, that means that you lack awareness, that you lack insight. Wherever you lack insight, wherever you lack awareness, then that's very, very difficult to actually treat a person. In my own experience, what I personally do is whenever a couple comes to me, and if I identify that the person could have narcissistic traits, I engage in a personal session with the person and tell him to self-reflect on what is his contribution in spoiling the marriage or whatever is going wrong in the marriage, and confront him and tell him that these could be the reasons why there is a kind of a problem in your family. And I would encourage him to go for therapy sessions. Now, how much he's willing or not willing is up to him, but it's my responsibility to point out to him that he needs professional help. If I do find some resistance, then I also tell him that there could be support groups. You can do it, anonymously over to join a support group or to seek some kind of a professional help where you're able to get some recognition of the fact that there could be some issue with you, which is contributing to the conflict.
Can you please clarify support group? So
there are people who have, these similar personality characteristics, or say, for example, a person has depression and they do not want to disclose the fact that they have depression. So they form self-help groups. And most of these groups are online. So it's very easy. You don't even have to expose your identity. You can just simply be as a member in the group, but then you have the benefit of joining a support group is that you're talking to different people who have similar problems. So you hear other people's problems and that can create an insight within you. Okay. And also you can pick up strategies on how other people are coping with their lives, given their personality difficulties. So that's another thing that can be done with a support group.
Can a narcissist person go to such an extent because of his rigidness that he can cause self-harm in a family, or if he's unfortunately a business partner is a narcissist, can he take such decisions because of his rigidness that could result in loss of business? Means, can the narcissist person go to that extent?
Narcissistic people have this kind of a personality where they can, outside in a company, they can be very suave. They can be very charming. They know how to navigate people. So I, in my experience, have really not come across an individual who goes to that extent of, damaging something for his own benefit.
And means it is quite understandable that it is going to impact the relationship in a negative manner. But with your extensive experience, can you share some examples, means apart from what you shared, how severely it affects the relationship? Does it become, to an extent, it becomes irretrievable, breakdown it gets, something like that?
So it becomes irretrievable, and that depends on his partner. Because living with a person with a narcissistic personality is very, very emotionally draining. The family that I mentioned to you about, they did not come to me because they had a marital conflict. They came to me because their daughter had a problem. And in the meantime, all of these problems came out, and the lady in question herself became very depressed. Okay, so that way it becomes very damaging to the family extent, because the negative energy is just simply too much. The degree of control that these individuals can have is too much. I have known families where the wife is deprived of all economic autonomy. For a simple day-to-day requirement, she has to take the permission of her husband. I've had instances where the husband would dictate to the wife how many times the rice has to be washed. If it has got to be 3 times, it has got to be 3 times. Okay, people go to a lot of extremes in that, but then they love exercising control. And who can they exercise full control to? Is the person who is within their immediate circle.
What are the strategies apart from support group to deal with such personality?
You're talking about what strategies the other partner...
the person who is at receiving end.
I've always advised my clients that, look, very early on into a relationship, you have to set boundaries. Very early on, you have to set boundaries so that, you never allow that person to encroach on your personal space so much that later on, it becomes very difficult to retrieve from that space. It's your responsibility. The other thing that I encourage my clients is, just to take care of themselves. They know that they are in a very, very difficult, stressful kind of a situation. It's a human right, to lead a qualitative life. I think it's our human right to lead a qualitative life. And I think that is what everyone should aim at, to lead a qualitative life. And therefore, self-care will become very, very important. Self-care in the sense you take care of, your own likes and dislikes, your hobbies, whatever is it that you enjoy doing. Understand? That is, that's very, very important. Facilitating effective communication is another thing that is very useful in narcissistic personality. Also, sometimes I tell my people that, look, if he is behaving in a particular way, there's got to be a reason. So perhaps we could be a little empathetic also and understand what is causing him to be that way. So some of these things.
So, Ms. Nandini, would you like to add anything to what?
I just have, I think, two more points. I think building resilience, because there's no guarantee that there's, this person's going to change, but there is a guarantee that the sun is going to shine tomorrow, right? So how can you help your client to become emotionally and financially independent of this person, whoever the person is? And we're just talking about men. There are also classic women who are narcissistic, right? And it's really difficult for the male in that relationship and in that equation. So I think irrespective of the gender, it is really about, can you distance yourself enough to be able to safeguard yourself and really kind of look after yourself? And then all these self-care, self-love, boundaries, all of that for sure. But I think finances also really make a difference. If the person is financially independent, I think then you are not that vulnerable. And there is a very strong sense of who I am. So nobody can mess with me beyond this point, right? So, yeah.
So, Vara ma'am, means the traits which were told by them. You want to say something?
I just want to say something. Before we go to the questions that you would like to ask me, I would like to tell about one case study which I did. Ironically, it was a doctor couple. So that's why I would just want to say, because that was a classic example of narcissism. The wife came from a very influential medical background, where her father was a very high-profile doctor, and the wife, that is the daughter, was also a doctor, is also a doctor, and they were on a lookout for a good match. So they found an extremely smart, high-profile doctor, well-educated, well-traveled, and extremely good at the profession. They were all in the same line of medicine. So once the marriage was over, the father of that is the father-in-law, the girl's father, was the head of the hospital. And he was looking into everything. The mother was the director of the pharmacist and all the labs and other things. Slowly, the son-in-law started pushing out the father-in-law, saying that I am there to help you. And why are you struggling in your old age and things like that? And after 5-6 years of the marriage, successively, the father-in-law was retired. Once the father-in-law was retired, the mother-in-law was slowly pushed out. On some pretext or the other, saying, I'm getting new gadgets, new things and all that, you won't be doing all these things and stuff. And she also left the scene. Once both were out, the wife was completely under his control. See, now I must explain one thing. When I met the doctor, as what Dr. Sabiha just said, extremely articulate, extremely smart looking person, very, very dashing. Yeah, very dashing, very charming, the way he spoke. It's like you are at a very different level altogether with this person. But because I knew the background, I was very watchful of this. And one fine day, the wife came to me and she said about the financial distress that she's going through. He was paying her a paltry sum of 15,000. And you believe, when they are raking in lakhs, it's a huge hospital. And she was getting 15. I said, why? 15,000 and you're a doctor of the same repute and same this thing. She said, that's what he has made me into. He says, why do you need this money? You have the household, you have me, you have everything. So there's nothing wanting for you. This is just for the sake of the books, So then I told her, advised her, I said, go meet your auditor. You are partners. You were talking about that. You are partners in the hospital. So it is a business. When you look at it from outside, leaving the medical things apart. So go talk to your auditor and get the statement of accounts. When she approached the auditor refused to give. He said, no, without sir's consultation, I cannot give. Now, how is that sir going to give the permission for it? So finally, because now everybody will be knowing here, we have digital signatures and things like that, where you cannot get even a single paper of the income tax things what you're submitting, unless you have those numbers and you key those things. So then she was not able to get, with great difficulty, with a lot of back work done, we were able to get out the thing. It was so bad, the financial statements that he was giving and what he was stating. And what he did was, they have a single daughter. He changed the entire thing into the daughter's name. And the daughter is quite young. She is about 19 or so, though a major, completely under the father's control. So the girl cannot talk much. So it was such a mess, very, very difficult. So I told the lady, there is nothing you can do other than approaching court. Okay, that's a different story, but I'm just coming to say that even in a high-profile doctor's family, this was the condition because of the narcissist attitude.
So I continue that if suppose I find it is a valid ground for divorce, if it is, we satisfy the court with the cruelty element. If the spouse is getting divorced, what is the financial support or alimony thing, one time, recurring? Can you elaborate that?
Yeah. See, as far as financial things are concerned, there are two ways of approaching. Now, on a regular course, I can see many of my friends and colleagues here who are coming to the family court. The wife is the one who always files for the maintenance application for herself and the children. They may have children of various stages, very young kids or school-going children or even children at higher education. So now, when the wife approaches the court, she will have to file along with her application a statement of assets and liabilities. So what are the assets she has? What are the liabilities? Because she may also be having dependents, some parent or somebody who will be dependent on her for any medical ailment or any kind of thing. So she will give in her assets and liabilities. Then the court will call for the assets and liabilities of the husband. So when the husband comes and gives, the judge presiding over this matter will look into the status of the family. See, we have so many judgments, various high courts, even Supreme Court, that says that you have to maintain a wife or you have to maintain the family as per your social setup. You cannot give them some paltry amount of 2,000 or 5,000 rupees and say, okay, now get along with life. That's not possible. Children have to be well educated. They have to be brought up properly. And higher education is very costly. We all know those issues. So she can approach in that way. The court will come to a conclusion after a trial, and then you will get the appropriate relief from the court. That is one way. The other way is mediation. So mediation, you can approach on your own or even through court. When they send it to mediation, you can give a proposal. There is a lot of difference between counseling and mediation. Mediation, you can give a proposal, either party, they can give a proposal. These are the financial aspects. These are all the things that we have got. These are the husbands may be having liabilities. They have to take care of their parents. They have to pay back loans and stuff like that. So they will come forward. What is it that I can give for the wife and the children? The wife will come forward with what is it, the practical aspects, how much it costs for the children and how much it costs for herself and things like that. Even if she is working, the courts have held, even if the wife is working, you must support her. A divorced wife also can get support from the husband.
Yeah, and how is counseling done in courts? Means we have understood mediation. How is counseling done in courts and how it is different from mediation?
Yeah, when any party, a husband or a wife, they approach court, or in civil matters, they come to the court for various property issues and stuff. So when they approach the court, especially in marital matters, they send them immediately for counseling. We have various counselors sitting over there in the court, and the cases are automatically sent first. The court doesn't look into the allegations or anything. They send them directly to the counselors. The counselors try to talk to both the warring parties and try to patch up the situation, try to bring them back together. Because no one wants a country with a soaring graph of divorces and things like that. So they try to patch up and try to bring the people together. So they give them sort of inputs, and many of the times they're ego conflicts. You said that to me, and you did this to me. Your family is behaving like that. My family is behaving like this. I had this expectation in marriage. I had this expectation from you. Before marriage, you were like this. After marriage, you have become. These are all the common factors we find in family courts. So these things are addressed by the counselors, and the counselors put in a sort of a practical thing, a cap, saying that this is all that you can really expect. You cannot think that like a film, you will have a very romantic relationship and life will go on like a duet and things like that. No, it isn't like that. We all know. It's all very practical. So therefore, you have to see life at a more practical way. So that is what counselors do. And at the end of the counseling session, nowadays they have made it like, 3 counselings are a must. So if you want, you can extend and you can go on. or you can just approach the court and say that the counseling is going nowhere, because most of the people tend to talk everything that they've already spoken at home. So that is how it is.
So if unfortunately the counseling and mediation fails and the only remedy left is the court procedure, people are afraid of the unnecessary publicity of a family dispute. I'm talking about family courts only.
Yeah.
So is there any safeguard that, to ensure their privacy and the matter is not publicized?
Yeah. See, in court, matrimonial courts, you can have something called a in-camera proceeding. So in-camera proceedings is where the judge and the two parties and the two advocates will be present in court. And the court doors and windows are all closed. So no one from outside can have any access. And in high profile cases where celebrities come and things like that, completely it is in camera, because the press will start hounding them, or people will start coming inside and watching, trying to talk to them and things like that. So in camera proceedings is one way in which nothing will come out, because everything is within the court, within the room with all the doors and windows closed, and then you get the judgment. So it's only between the parties. And also most of the high profile celebrity cases and things like that, they complete on a very harmonious note. That is, they go in for instead, very rarely nowadays, we see people fighting. They try to finish everything in the offices, in the advocates' offices. They come and fight for a mutual divorce. In a mutual divorce, there are no allegations. And also high celebrity matters, they also given an undertaking stating that we will not talk to the press. We will not divulge any information. Now, in regular matters, like families from normal people, which whatever status, higher status, whatever status they are, there is no question of press or anything like that, but you have a lot of privacy. If you don't want the matters to go outside, the judge will take care of it. So nothing to worry. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
So our counseling process differs from this. We don't decide for the client. We will flesh out a pros and cons. We will actually do a cost benefit analysis. We will help them help themselves. And like I think somebody in the morning panel discussion said, Uma Ramanathan, you're like my mother, you're like my sister. I just feel like, ma'am, if you were in my situation, what would you do? So I am not you, right? And I think for us to empower the client to be able to make a decision, emotionally stable decision, that they know that the consequences of these choices are going to be whatever you choose. So that is the little difference, between us as counselors and therapists outside. And I think, is that correct?
Yeah. What doctor is talking about is virtually like mediation. In mediation, we give our own proposals, what we would like to do, how the financial matters or the custody of the children, all the things can be spoken across the table and not in court. So maybe later you can go back to court, or if you can settle things there, the matters over there.
Okay, so while navigating the strategies, the legal scenario is quite clear. Thank you for that. Dr. Sabiha ji, if a person who is suffering from a psychological disorder, he would not admit it, that he is having a psychological disorder, how to bring that person to you?
See, the fact remains that nothing can be thrust upon anybody, right? Nothing can be thrust. You cannot force a person to go in for any kind of a treatment. The person has to come. He has to be willing, aware. He should be able to have the insight. At best, you can tell him that this is your problem and that you require help. But still the choice will remain with the individual himself, whether he wants help or not. There's no way that you can enforce a person to take treatment.
Yeah. So before we open for Q&A, last question of this session to Ms. Nandini ji, how would you help someone who is at the receiving end of such a relationship, means in a quick?
Thank you. I think for me, first and foremost is to be able to give them that insight, that do you even recognize what is happening? And I think that is essentially my role as a therapist, to, show them the mirror and say, this is your narrative. You have told me all of this. Now, what is going on in your life? And would you want to take, an assessment of what is going on. So sometimes we are able to recognize the signs and symptoms. They are red flags screaming out loud, but it's not my job to mark it out for them. And if the client is kind of spiraling and is not functional, then we would also refer them to a psychiatrist, because that helps to get them to believe that this is the extent of mental health issues, or, you are not functional anymore. And will that kind of an assessment or a diagnosis help you to smell the coffee? And I think that's very, very useful. One thing for, I think, unmasking narcissistic personality traits is when the other person decides, right? Because they will randomly decide and they'll say, we'll do this. Just refuse, and then just see how they act and behave. Because I think that's one trait and one, a trick and a tip that you can put in your toolkit, which is always helpful. Because anybody else, now if I say, okay, Ajay ji, iske baad let's meet for coffee, and you'll say, okay. But if I say, I'm sorry, I promised you coffee, but abhi nahi, I can't go. A narcissist cannot take no for an answer. And then you will see how things will unfold, So that's something I also tell clients, okay, if this is the plan, just if you don't go by the plan, just see what happens. So slowly you kind of empower them to be able to unveil and find evidence for themselves in the situation they are in, to figure out, I think this guy is actually gaslighting me, or he's saying things, or he's manipulating me, or he wants me to be in a particular way. Because then the sooner that the client realizes, the easier the journey is for them. The distance is for them to kind of cover. So I think that has been helpful in my case.
So thank you for, I think by end of this session, many pictures must have popped in brains of many people that, okay, this person is narcissist around me. So open for Q&A.
Thank you very much. Just to add, I think we must all recognize that we could have a slight trace of narcissism in all of us.
Thank you very much. Just a minute. Thank you very much. I'm going to be taking up some question and answers. Yes, we'll welcome quite a number. I've seen the hand. Please. Thank you very much. I'm sure the silence means we have a lot to think and ask. I'm going to go with...
That was a wonderful session. Thanks to Ajay Singh for the nice moderation. My name is Krishna Kumar. The question that I have is, this narcissist behavior, we see it even in corporates. And but sometimes, when people join at certain senior positions, we realize that they come with certain behaviors. So, and we do a lot of maybe a background in education, psychometric tests, etc. Are there any good psychometric tests which will throw out this act?
Just to answer your question, I don't think there are any defined personality tests that would indicate, the narcissistic behavior. But then when you do an overall personality profiling, there would be a lot of personality characteristics that emerge, which are indicative that this person could have a narcissistic person. That depends upon the awareness of the promoter, But there have been instances where there could be heads of organizations with narcissistic tendencies, and which impacts the motivation levels of the employees. And that could be a very difficult time, but just like how it is in a marital relationship, the same kind of emotionally draining situation can happen for employees as well. We can definitely give you markers, although there are no tests.
I would just recommend that you celebrate International World Mental Health Day on every October 10th and invite a psychiatrist, and just tell your office people to just hang out and have a high tea, and he will pick the people that you need to fire and the people that you need to keep.
In fact, very enlightening session from Dr.
So can you talk in the mic, please?
Hello.
very enlightening, and from Dr. Sabiha and Dr. Mrs. Lakshmi, and I could see how brilliant doctor became so selfish, and he replaced his father-in-law and Nazism. And one thing I just wanted to tell, Gandhiji said, even Himalayas, Everest also can be trembled by unconditional love. That much of love, if we have, even a narcissistic personality among ourselves, it is possible to mitigate that. But the only thing is, majority, please excuse me if I don't agree with you, majority of the people, if they take to right yoga and right meditation, our country will become mentally very strong and mentally sharp. Okay, but right meditation is necessary. So mental health issues, and in fact, our Guru says, if you take right meditation, you never have to meet psychiatrist in your lifetime. So psychiatrist will be out of business, but you must do right meditation.
Thank you very much. That finally goes back to everything is magic of mediation and the mind. Thank you for that. And there was somebody who had already asked.
I just want to, is this working? Yeah. I just want to know, can a person who's been normal for one is, are there more women or men who are narcissistic? Among your patients,
Both, madam.
You get them in all shapes and sizes.
children also.
Of course, children also. We have a classic case of a 13-year-old and who says, I just don't feel love. I am a narcissist. I love materialistic goodies. I can even just kill my brother. The brother's 8 years old. If I want to get whatever I want to get.
People who have been normal for a large part of their life, say by the time they're 50, 55, can they become narcissistic? Can they develop a disorder at some other stage when they didn't show?
It's. Yeah. I wouldn't really say that it is hereditary. It's a combination of nature versus nurture. It's your own individual experiences that come up in life. So that also can define an individual's personality as it is shaping. To answer Mrs. Sitaraman's question, whether a person can develop a personality disorder, from my clinical experience, I can see that children very early on display some traits which are great giveaways, which later on, as their personalities form, then they really spell into a kind of a personality disorder. But you can detect early markers even in children.
Thank you very much. May I request everybody to keep your questions really short, please, because there's quite a number and it's very interesting. With all due respect to each one of you, thank you very much, and I'm going to hand it over to a psychologist right here.
Can I just answer Shobna's question, if you don't mind? Yeah. Shobna, your question was this: when you grow older, that was a question, right?
At 50, can you
get a personality disorder? See, at 50, what happens is all our existing personality traits, they become more rigid and pronounced. So then they stand out even more. If a person has been stubborn in his life, he grows up to be a really inflexible and rigid kind of a person. So it's not actually that a personality disorder is evolving, but some of his core personality traits are getting more rigid. We see that typically in elderly people.
Yeah. To that lady, somebody asked, ma'am, I just wanted to add to that, but there's no genetic correlation, but a lot of early childhood trauma can neglected parenting, or autocratic parenting. All this can also lead to the child feeling I'm not enough. So now relay the rest of my young adult life and adult life, and then probably these are the patterns that kind of grow. But like she said, there will be enough giveaways to pick that there is something which is stemming away from the norm, and that needs to be assessed and checked. And early intervention can be powerful, but I'm not too sure if personality disorders are curable. They're manageable, but they're not curable for sure. Unlike depression and anxiety, which are completely curable. I think Dr. Chandrasekhar had a question. Yeah. Okay.
For the wife, the decision is taken that she should be given the maintenance. But the boy is with the mother, and he should be allowed to meet the father, but sometimes they are not allowed to meet the father, but only maintenance has to be spent by the father. Is there any resolution for that?
Sir, court will not prevent any biological parent, be it father or mother, from not meeting the child. They will never prevent. Even the father can be a murderer also, but still they will not prevent him from meeting the child. Maintenance you can claim, but maintenance alone is not the question. But the father, if the mother doesn't show the child, the father can file a visitation right or a custody petition, and then he will be given that appropriate relief as he files for.
Can I go? Yeah. My name is Venkatesan. All the sessions from morning were good, but this is the epitome of all the sessions. Thanks to the panelists and also to the guests. My question is more towards the psychologist where I'm seeking some help. In a situation, in a conflict where it involves monetary, material and money, it's easy to arrive at the trade-off or at the settlement because it's more of numbers to arrive at. But in a conflict which involves more of a self-esteem, respect and so on and so forth, it is a struggle to arrive and trade off between what you want to get and the elongation of that conflict. So could you give us some kind of a practical advice as to how do I balance between getting my self-esteem and self-respect in place and not prolonging the conflict beyond a particular point? This is a struggle we go through.
Are you sleeping well at night? So to each his own, right? So for me, I think my sleep, my overall functionality is non-negotiable. What is it for you? Right? And then that will decide how much of this abuse am I going to let myself face, right? And how much is okay and enough. But there comes a time where the best of us also crack and break, right? So I think these sessions help in, just sharing the awareness that it can happen to the best of us. And unfortunately, mental health doesn't come seeking PO box address and locality and the car that you drive, right? All of us are vulnerable. So take care of yourself and make sure your boundaries are non-negotiable. Communicate with love. Of course, go out there and love, I think it's a beautiful emotion, but how much are you going to allow yourself to be used? And are you just giving or are you also receiving? So I think for me, those are important ones. Meditation and yoga, of course. Absolutely. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. You brushed upon the topic, so I just wanted to ask very specifically about parenting. On parenting, because as you saying that narcissism is a disorder that as we grow, it becomes very rigid. As parents, when they are children, is there anything that we can do in better parenting to make sure that they don't turn up to be a narcissist first? Second, is there any mistakes as parents that we do that in future they become a narcissist? Is it anything to do with parenting?
Are we talking of young parents today?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely meditation and yoga first on your list. I think, we need to calm down. We need to be able to deal with our stress. A lot of it is our communication. It is the way we talk to our young ones, You don't need to, of course, we are not their buddies. We are their parents. We are their mums and their dads because they have a million other buddies. But you don't need to talk down to them. So can it still be respectful? Can it still be, full of love, affection, encouragement? Are you the biggest cheerleader? All of that. it reminds me what, Shobna's son said in the morning. I think it's so befitting to hear it from him. Ma, I'm so proud of you and I'm so proud that I'm your son. I think there's no better gift, compliment that a parent can ever receive, So, yeah.
I would just like to add in that answer. See, the problem with us is we begin with this competition right from school. So then we start pitting the children against each other and we start telling the other child who is not able to catch up with the brighter child that you're good for nothing. So if you see that, I have many of my classmates here, all of us would have been good for nothing because we were least interested in what was going on in school and we were having our own fun. But as you grow up, I'm sure it's with everyone, as we grow up, we catch up with things, we develop, there are late developers, we can do. So we should never compete, bring that competition, and discourage people and try to compare them. That's a very, very bad attitude. And this narcissism will start just there. Because that bottled up emotions, and many of them may not get the platform to throw tantrums or the parents may not help them, their financial background may not help them. These are the people who will come up with all these kinds of disorders later.
On the other side, also, just to add on to what Varalakshmi said, is that on the flip side, we also tell children that you are the best, you are the best, you are the best, you are the best. So you get it drilled into their head that you are the best. So wherever they go, they expect to be treated that way. You treat others also like as though you're the best. You have all the superpowers. That's another reason why also children grow up with that inflated sense of self-esteem that I spoke about.
True. I think, but, today we also have so many young adults and children self-diagnosing. I'm not okay, I have body issues, I'm non-binary, I'm this, I'm that. Another food for thought for the next flow event. But so much that is actually going on where people, especially young adults, are actually self-diagnosing themselves, right? And every teenager, almost every teenager, believes that he or she is actually depressed, anxious, cutting herself, doesn't want to live, wants to jump into the marina. It's just, it's just become a fad. It's not that all of them actually are going through a mental health crisis as they portray. But somewhere, I think that fine line of are you available for your children? And it's not really about the quantity, but the quality. Are you there? Are you their security blanket? Do they know good, bad, ugly, you are there? And there is somebody who they can go to and talk to when the going is not great. I think that really helps in having them develop a solid sense of self and self-esteem, for sure.
Yes, hello. The newest justice system, right? So the court recommends that, the parents have to go through the psychological evaluation as well, the child also. So they conduct psychometric test to evaluate the parent, what kind of personality is there, right? And even for the child also, they do the same thing. It's a face-to-face session, and also they give you a test, right? With the test, they write a detailed report and submit to the honorable judge, so that they'll be able to make a better decision, right? What kind of personality is that person, whether it's a parent or child. So they'll be able to give you the overall report. So in India, do we have any that kind of, if somebody goes through this thing, do we have any something like that here?
So earlier we used to have something called special counseling, where there used to be a psychiatrist and that person used to evaluate, because when the cases used to come up before the court and we found that any one of the parties had this kind of pronounced disorders, we used to say that we want special counseling. So it used to go there. But somehow now that has been done away with, so for whatever good reason, and they're all going only to general counseling. So when the special counseling was there, so psychiatrists, the lay people don't know. So they come and they sit there thinking that it is just a counseling sent through from court. And they make the assessment with some prominent questions the doctors will be able to tell better. Because they make an assessment and they do send a report. But now in counseling, there is no report. They only say the counseling is successful because they'll try to patch up the marriage, or they will say that it is a failure and send it back to court. That's the present condition now.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take the last 3 questions only, and after that I can't see.
Madam, in case of adolescent children, so how to differentiate whether it is because of that adolescent tantrum or something, or whether it is narcissistic behavior? See, for adolescent parents, the adolescent children, some tantrums or something they're throwing, like whether it is adolescent or it will go away after some time, or whether it is narcissistic behavior. Yes.
That's a very interesting question, because I think what we have to understand is that children's personalities are still evolving, right? And adolescence is a stage where their personalities are still getting shaped. So it's unfair to actually brand a child at an adolescent level and say he may be narcissistic, not narcissistic. I don't think that's the right thing to do. But I think it is worthwhile to understand that he may show some tendencies, and to guide him through it by putting him through some counseling or something like that.
I just want to know, in the current environment, you have the courts like Mr. Horrington Harriman. He's allowed live-in relationships. He's also allowed homosexual, decriminalized homosexuality. So he's allowed decriminalization of homosexuality. He's allowed live-in relationships. And of course, the marital homosexual is still there. I just want to know, with this fast changing, things are changing so fast, the speed of change is also so high. What is the challenge? I mean, the younger generation, we have young kids. So, from a psychological point of view also, what are we heading towards? I mean, because divorce is very high in the US. However, they have the best psychometric tests, etc., etc. So, where are the paradox? And I just wanted your view on that.
We are heading towards chaos, sir. That is for sure. Because just this morning I was reading, I think it was Madhya Pradesh High Court, where 2 18-year-olds, I was telling my friends also that, they have approached the court saying that we want to have a live-in relationship. And the court cannot do anything because they are majors. So they had to allow, because we also have to stick to the rules of the law. So they have allowed it. But then they are also worried, where are we headed at? Like rightly you asked. So if every 18-year-old is going to just take some partner in, they do not know who or what is going to happen. Because very recently I did a matter where a 25 or 26-year-old girl had a live-in relationship with a married 45-year-old man. Yeah, they met at office, and he already told her that I'm having problems with my wife. They have a small child too. And this 25-year-old walked into the relationship with her eyes wide open. Finally, it was actually, he was having a lot of financial problems in his earlier office. And one fine day, what happened was, this girl and they had taken up a place at OMR and they were staying over there. He said, you please go to the other room, watch TV, I want to write something and come. And after some time, he was not to be seen, he was hanging. So just imagine, now the 25-year-old girl became the accused. So what can she do? She was just shaken to the core. Now her parents are coming. My question was, why do you allow these things? You could have counseled your child. Of course, you may or may not interfere, but you can counsel your child that anything can happen under the roof. Anything can happen. So this is not. And we did another widely reported matter much earlier, where just only child, a son, he had met with a motor accident and passed away. So the parents who were grieving and suffering, suddenly one fine day there came a girl knocking at the door saying, I'm his wife. They said, are you mad? My son is not married. No, we've been living together. We are living together for so many years. Nobody knows all these things. But the law says that when you're living together in the society in which you move, if the society says that you have been living as a couple for long enough, you will be termed as husband and wife. So that was the end of the story. And now they started laying claim to his properties. So here is a set of parents who are already grieving the death of their only child. And now they are facing some girl whom they've never met in their life, who is coming and saying that I am your son's wife and I want this property. So you can imagine where we are headed at. That is the condition.
And just to add, I think both the examples were of adults, right? 25 and the other one, and even the 18-year-old. But today, when I think at least fairly young on the panel, when I started practice about 18, 19 years ago, the profile of a client used to be easily about 40, 45, and we would say probably a midlife crisis. Today, our client is 12 years young, 13 years young, and everything that I said in the previous interaction. So what kind of a society is this, and why does a 12-year-old need to be preoccupied by taking her life? Or is life or future so dilapidating for her that she needs to be depressed and clinically be doing all these things? So I think, yes, I don't know where we are headed. There is information, there is the internet boom, there is all of that, but I think somewhere there's just too much of everything and it's not in moderation anymore. So that is definitely distressful for us as clinicians as well, for sure.
Yeah, hi. So I just want to give a quick quote where I read that children who grow up in a lot of confusion grow up to control as adults. In response to what she had asked, my two questions are: one, if the woman is a narcissist and the woman does not want a divorce while the man is going through mental torture, how difficult it is for the guy? Because most of the courts favor women in terms of laws. That is one part of the question. Second part is, if both are working professionals and both are earning as well as each other, does the man still require to give alimony or maintenance to the woman?
So the first bit, I'll just take the first bit. I think it's very hard, irrespective of the genders, like we spoke earlier, right? I have a classic case where the wife is, narcissistic, NPD is what we call them, narcissistic personality disorder client. And the husband keeps talking about, I want to leave her, I want to divorce her, I want to leave her, but he just can't. And it is not, their marriage is about 20 years old, but he has been her childhood sweetheart. So it's just a pattern that he's so addicted to. And every time that there's a showdown, he's in the clinic because he needs to vent about it, he needs to talk about it, and I need support today. And then it's the same thing. You start from ground zero, you build. I'm going to go back. I'm going to file for divorce. I'm going to talk to my lawyer. He's done everything, not once, not twice, at least 5, 6 times. But he just doesn't have the courage to move out, right? And in the lighter vein, of course, then they will also seek probably sometimes greener pastures, depending on what his needs are, right? If he is seeking physical intimacy, he might have an extramarital, he might be, messing around otherwise. We don't know these things, right? So yeah, it is hard. It is certainly difficult to live with somebody who has these controls and, grandiosity and are never able to appreciate you for who you are. So it's tough.
Thank you very much.
No, she has a second part.
Yeah. See, you had asked about the difference between men and women when you approach the court. Okay. A couple of years ago, as you rightly said, the balance of this thing was more towards the women. But nowadays, we do see that women are also equally or worse because they can be really vengeful, they can be really difficult to handle and things like that. Like we did a case where the husband was our client and he was constantly talking about the wife, the difficulties that he was going through. Many are there. We come to the court, and in that particular case, when we approached the court, he was going on telling us that I haven't seen my little son. She went away from home for the birth and they prevented me from seeing the child. I would like to see the child. We were just shocked to the core when she just approached the court and very casually said, I'm sorry, the child died. That's it. So you can imagine the misery that the husband goes through. So that was your first question. I'm sorry, but listen. Yeah, see, there are quite a lot of differences in that. Usually, the thing is that the wife is also earning. And of course, when you're saying that there are no children, then the wife can support herself. There is no need. But in certain cases, the court, that is when the children are there, even if she is working and supporting herself to maintain the standards of the family, the status in which they are brought up and things like that, the husband is asked to give maintenance or a one-time settlement, which we call alimony, to the wife.
Just this again, I really appreciate. I know you all must knowing, psyche is the Latin term for mind. Our most precious life is supported by unseen mind only. That's what we have been discussing. I really appreciate Haryana. 840 crore people in the earth now as on today. Every individual is different in their look and in their mindset. If I think that other person should be like me, is the greatest blunder one person is doing that. So accept the person what they are. Everyone born in the earth is at easeness. E-A-S-E, ease. When you become intelligent, you constantly dispel the easeness, then it becomes DIS and ease joins, it becomes disease. I'll tell you only one small example. This is the one what I'm holding is the line. இதுதான் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை. வாழ்க்கை என்பது நம் கையில், நம்பிக்கையில், தன்னம்பிக்கையில், மூட நம்பிக்கையில் அற்று, the moment if you are going to be positive in thinking, healthy in eating, adequate in exercising, I mean clear the three mantras. This here, this line can be extended like that. If you don't follow that, line will be shortened. Before I conclude, I will ask only one question, including Shobha. We are now divided by A, positive, negative, B, positive, negative, A, B, and O because rhesus monkey evolution. God has given a chance to choose one blood group. Ajay, which blood group you would like to choose? Yes? O group. Oh, she is saying A. Many will say O group because they want to be universal donor. But what I am telling, as she has been telling, everyone should become, be positive in their attitude. No disease will come, not the blood group. Thank you very much, madam.
Thank you very much. One last question. This is the consultants from the psychology. We are talking about the children, the evolving generation. We are a sandwich generation. So the taglines like you say narcissistic or disorder, everything is new. The awareness is perhaps the last 5 years, and before that we never knew. We classified everybody as a difficult person. Okay, so everybody, oh, that's a difficult person, or she's a difficult man. And my father said, oh, your mother's a difficult person. So how do I do this? I mean, you're saying boundaries. You don't keep boundaries in your parents. But here, I had to take care of my parents also, and I know them to be a difficult person, but I'm recognizing the traits. How does the sandwich generation survive this? It's, we're not looking at our children, we're looking at our children, we're looking at our parents also. So how do I survive? How do
I think again, when we are talking of boundaries, we are not saying that don't be not nice to your parent. Or don't do,
about that.
Yeah.
It's like,
or don't do what. Correct. We are not used to.
Narcissistic.
Yes.
Yes. They don't see you at even at 56 and look at that it's a 15-year-old.
Of course.
Tell me where you're going.
Of course.
Let me know when you're back.
So I will let you know, Ma. I will let you know if I am later than 10 p.m. But you know what? Trust me. I'm 56. I know where I'm going. Right?
Every day.
Yeah. So that's the thing. That's why when she said, right, you have to also set in boundaries really early on. Now, with our parents, trying to change our parents is never going to happen. So let's not even go there. But with our children, we need to know how much and where to draw the boundary. Because if we don't do it, it is not going to impact them. It's going to actually really impact our sanity. So for our sanity and our well-being, we need to make sure that we are very, very articulate and we are able to really kind of call it out for them. Because the sooner we do it, the better it is for us, right? And I say this, you know, I completely empathize with you. I know what you're going through. I have a difficult mom as well. And I also say not just difficult people, we also work with different people, right? Somebody could be working really, really superlatively, wonderfully. Somebody could be just a slow learner and just doesn't get it, and you have to give the same set of instructions 3, 4, 5 times, and it can be really, really frustrating.
but you still have to accommodate that team member inclusively in your team.
No, but you understand that these questions are targeted to humiliate or, kind of.
So don't get personal is what I would say. I think that's something that I have learned because my mental sanity is most important. So I'm going to hear you. I'm going to do what I got to do, but I'm also going to disengage my emotional reaction. And if I can control that, then nothing and nobody can actually shake my sense of being, right? And my calm.
The question was from a lawyer, and I'm sure they'll take it offline so you know why it goes on. We have to come to the end of our question and answer session now. And I'm sure Mrs. Shobana Reddy will remember that I said, don't do this. This is almost a 2-day brilliant session, and this is what we get. I would like to thank FICCI Flow, my organization here, and place on record the humongous support given to us by Jagrati and SCPRA, along with none other than MMA. I'm now going to invite our Senior Vice Chair to come and please present the token of appreciation to Dr. Sabiha. That's the Vice Chairperson of Pro Training, Nirti Mehta. And following up would be Chitra after that. Please. Yeah. Thank you so much. Chitra, may I request you to please come and Nirti, may I request you to stay here on the stage. To Dr. Nandini. I think we all waited, so this is the least we can do to clap for the wonderful people. Thank you. And if we can make coffee and tea, we'll not go anywhere. Thank you. Naina Shah. To advocate Bharatha. Thank you so much. And Naina Shah and Chitra are part of the legal initiative. May I request Ms. Pushya to so maybe can I have Nirti Mehta, our Senior Vice Chair, please present to none other than our moderator. Clap for him, please. I think we asked him. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Perfect.
With our
Can I also request Ms. Parveen Papa? Shobana, we have your
Want to have one photo with your Ramla, maybe with nice of you.
Can we just have you and Shobana? Nirti and please come. Shobana, please
Thank you so much for everything.
few of you who are here, can please kindly stand here for the final note of thanks and for the national anthem, please. And can you have the floor?
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We wanted the note of thanks to be proposed by none other than our Vice Chair and this thing. Please give us just 2 minutes. Respected our country and can you edit your note of thanks? Ladies and gentlemen, please can we have a few minutes of silence, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of FICCI Ladies Organization. Today's discussion on keeping family bonds intact through mediation has been enlightening and thought-provoking, offering us invaluable insights into the importance of mediation and legal solution to preserving relationships. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Justice B. Bharatha Charkravathy and Honorable former Justice K. Kannan for their profound insights and thought leadership. Your expertise has shed so much light needed for the significance of mediation in ensuring harmony within families. A special thanks to Ms. Pushya Sitaraman, co-founder FCDR, and her esteemed colleagues for their invaluable contributions. Your dedication to promoting alternative dispute resolution method is truly commendable and has inspired us to view mediation to a powerful tool for conflict resolution. We are immensely grateful to the group captain Vijay Kumar and the MMA group for their unwavering support and collaboration. Your involvement has added immense value to our program today. Our sincere thanks to Ms. Shobana Reddy, past chairperson of FLOW and co-founder of Jagrathi Foundation, for your thoughtful ideation of this event. Your insights have truly been enriching. A big thank you to Mr. Chidambaram of Manor Group for gracious support and encouragement. Your contribution to today's event is deeply appreciated. We would like to acknowledge and thank the New Indian Express for their pre-event publicity, ensuring our messages were reached out to a wider audience. Our gratitude goes out to the legal team, particularly Chitra Gopinath and Nayana Shah, for their expertise and contributions helped to make this event a success. A heartfelt thank you to Sandhya for her steadfast support and meticulous coordination. The FICCI Ladies Organization has had a brilliant year under the tutelage of Divya Abhishek. We look forward to more collaborations and many more events. Finally, our distinguished guests, attendees, members, and a big thanks to all our panelists who made this event what is success today. Thank you all for your presence, and we look forward to seeing you more. And of course, our Jyoti, who is always there for FLOW and any other organization.